all reward motions, and if we can get those out of order, that group, because there are citizens here that would like to speak on it.
Thank you. So the remaining items, any other specials, colleagues, in the remaining items? Yes, we did do 41.
Madam President, there are cards on item 8 and 42.
Okay, I don't have any for 8. I do have for 18. No cards on 8 or 14. So again, those items that would be called special, item 18, item 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38, and 41. Any other specials, colleagues? If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the remaining items, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Those items have been approved. Next item.
On the supplemental agenda, items 43 and 44 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
We do have a card on item number 43. Anyone wish to call item 44 special?
43 special.
43 special, okay. No one calling 44 special. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item number 44, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. That item's been approved. Next.
That would take council back to the items called special or public comment.
I think we'll do, before public comment, we'll do those reward motions, Mr. Parks, on items 32, 33, and 34.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd ask that we combine 32, 33, and 34, and we'll start off with 34 and ask the Buckner family to come up at this time, and also Detective Rich addressing number 34, and then we'll read in the record items 32 and 33. Detective Rich, could you give an overview of the circumstances of this case so that the general public and the council is aware of the circumstances?
Sir, I will, and thank you. And thank you, distinguished members of City Council, for having us here today. On March 2nd, 2009, at approximately 9 p.m., victim Ronald Buckner was standing in front of 3145 West 59th Street when an unknown suspect from an unknown vehicle fired numerous shots at the victim. The victim sustained a fatal gunshot wound and died at scene. I often compare homicide investigations to being similar to a puzzle. I need all the pieces of this puzzle so that I can solve it. I would request that you all please approve this award motion so I can gain the support of the community, because those pieces of the puzzle lie with the community and I need them. I'll be followed by Ronald's mother, Paula, and his father, Ronald Sr. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the council and everyone else present. My name is Paula Buckner. I'm the mother of Ronald Anthony, who was killed on March 2nd at 9:11 p.m. is when I got the call. I was laying on the couch and I jumped up. A female was hollering in my ear. Ronald's been shot. He's gone. He's been shot in the head. I arrived at the scene, and there was police tape everywhere, and I couldn't find my son. Excuse me. He was up under a sheet, and I had to stand there from 9 to about 2 o'clock in the morning to wait for the coroners, and that was one of the longest nights of my life and the hardest things to do. When the coroner finally let us see him, I approached the gurney, and it looked like he was just laying there asleep. He looked so peaceful and at rest, and I wondered why he wouldn't get up. So, of course, at that point, I lost it. Ronald was only 22, the youngest of 5 children. People who knew him loved him, and strangers loved him. People came up to me at the repast of the funeral that did not even know me or him and said he was the most mannerly and polite person they knew. Young people that knew him said that he would help them with his homework, their homework, I'm sorry. He would advise them to stay in the school. If they had problems, he would give them advice. And he would always tell them that you have a family. Why are you complaining? Because a lot of people, young folks will complain about stuff. And he said, you have a mother and a father and a family. You have nothing to complain about. That was the longest night of my life. I still can't believe he's gone, but I have the obituary, the eulogy, and now the death certificate. I implore anybody out there, someone had to see something, especially since someone made that call. Someone made that call to me, someone I don't even know, and let me know that my son was gone. And I also know when I arrived on the scene that it was him, because my son would always call me when something happened in the neighborhood or throughout the city and say, Mom, I'm okay, and let me know. I never received that call that night. So I implore anybody out there, if you know who did this to my son, forgive me, who shot him in the head and killed him instantly. For God, I thank him for that. He gave mercy on him. Please come forward with any information, because somebody had to have seen something for me to get that call so soon. Thank you.
My name is Ronald Willis. I'm Miss Father. And I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak with you. And my son was a good person, and excuse me. He was in the process of changing his life.
Thank you very much. Let me just ask Detective Rich, would you come up and advise the public of a phone number that you may be reached or the detectives on this case?
Yes, thank you, sir. I work the Criminal Gang Homicide Group, 77th Homicide Squad. The number there is 213-485-1383. You can call detectives, support desk in downtown Los Angeles, or Racer Division for the LAPD, and they will pass that information along. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And colleagues, that's item number 34 on the Buckner family. I'd also ask that we approve a reward motion for the Henderson family. Carrington Henderson was standing on November the 1st, 2008, was standing in front of an apartment complex at 2104 West 48th Street where he was attending a party. A male black suspect seated in the right rear passenger seat of a silver-colored late model sedan drove by Henderson, fired multiple shots at him. Car drove on. Henderson was struck once in the torso, collapsed, and passed away. And we'd ask for a $50,000 reward on that case also. And then also on number 33, we have a victim, Larry Darnell Howard, was standing at the Interest apartment complex at 4800 August in Los Angeles. At the location, an unknown suspect shot Howard multiple times. He collapsed, and the suspects fled the scene. He expired later time. On both of these cases I just mentioned, on the Henderson and Darnell case, that asked the public to contact Detective Dave Garrido, and that number is 485-1383, and Detective Rich gave the other number, and asked approval on all three of those reward motions.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. I hope that people are listening today and will respond to the call and the reward motions that are before us, and condolences to the family that is here today. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on items 32, 33, and 34. 10 ayes. Thank you. Next item.
And that would be items 35 and 36?
Yes, thank you very much for taking this out of order. I'd like to ask the number of employees and members of the Church of Scientology to come up, and the president, Ms. Ravini, is going to make comments. Item 35 is in conjunction, almost at identical time. We had a vandalism of a church at St. Mark's, but we'll deal with Scientology first. Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Thank you very much for having us here. My name is, I'm Reverend Edie Ruveni, the president of Church of Scientology Los Angeles. And on behalf of the Church of Scientology and also the St. Mark's Methodist Church, which was also vandalized prior to our church, we'd like to thank you very much for hearing this and all the help we've gotten from the city and from the LA Police Department for this heinous hate crime that has been perpetrated on churches. And we'd really like to have these people be caught and apprehended, and with this being a reward for somebody who can step forward and say something of who did it, it would really be helpful. People are afraid to come forward. I do a lot of work out in the communities, and I work with the police departments, and I know that it's very hard for people to come forward. They're afraid, and they're afraid of retribution. But many times getting some kind of reward does help, and especially if they can do it anonymously or however they do it. But we'd like to thank you very much for any help that we can get on handling this and capturing these people, because any kind of hate crime or any kind of vandalism against one religion is against all religions, and this is something that we cannot tolerate in our city. We will be doing actually a hate crime convention on August 11 at St. Mark's Methodist Church, and welcome any support from the city, that anybody that would like to come, so that we can handle it throughout Los Angeles. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. These two incidents occurred on the early morning hours of Saturday, March the 7th. The Church of Scientology building is located at 8039 South Vermont, in which there was significant vandalism, and at that facility, almost the same period of time, St. Mark's, located at 8305 South Gramercy Place, was also vandalized with spray paint and obscenities throughout the building. We'd ask the public, anyone that has information on this issue, to contact Detective Ross Nemiroff at 213-485-4175, and these two are $25,000 rewards.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on items 35 and 36. Close the roll and tabulate the votes. 10 ayes. Thank you. We'll now go to public comment. I'd ask the following: Sky Anderson, Sege Coty, and Dr. Clyde Williams, and Claudette Thomas.
Hi guys, I'm Sky Anderson, a citizen of Los Angeles. Mr. Perry, you look very good today. You look like you're really enjoying life and doing a good job. Mr. Labange isn't here. Last time I saw him, he looked very pale. He needed a haircut. I had called the staff and asked if he was sick, and they said no, but I deeply like Mr. Labange. And sometimes I get up here and say how much I love him, because he's so passionate what he believes in. I hope he's well and okay. I'm a bus rider, and when I came here 10 years ago, we didn't have a subway. We had old beat-up buses. The number one bus ran away from downtown to Hollywood Boulevard. Today, the bus system is greatly improved, and Mr. Velagosa has done that. The bus drivers used to be very rude. They had a passion of being rude to the customers, and all that has changed. I enjoy riding the buses, and Mr. Velagosa has done that. You reap what you sow. You don't like. I talked about public access to someone, and they referred to the city council as rich, selfish people. And if you don't get behind public access, that could be when you go for re-election. That's what you're going to be known as. Rich, selfish people won't give the public their TV back. You reap what you sow, and there's such a thing as karma. The Republican Party has been catering to the private interest for years and years and years, and now they're suffering the karma of that. Mr. Obama, in today's newspaper, tweaks would boost revenue. He wants to end breaks and tax breaks for corporate estates and values. Antitrust enforcer files tough sentences. He's getting a bill passed through Congress to curtail the excessive interest rates of credit card holders. You reap what you sow. Anyway, I hope Mr. Labange is all right, and just know that I'm overjoyed with what Mr. Obama is doing, because return to people The government of the people, to the people, for the people, back to the people, not to the rich, selfish interests that the Republicans have already gave us. Thank you.
Thank you. Segay, followed by Dr. Clyde Williams.
Good morning, Council. Dejay Kuti, District 4. I'm glad to learn that Council is moving forward with regulations for our city's medical cannabis dispensaries. I look forward to receiving your draft and hope you will allow adequate time for public input. Striking the hardship exemption from the ICO seems legally problematic at best and a distraction from the more immediate need to get reasonable workable regulations in place 4 short months from now. Removing the hardship exemption is not going to halt the proliferation of dispensaries. Nearly 25% of the dispensaries that came into operation after the ICO deadline never filed a hardship. I have suggested to this council that you not hear the hardships because of threats of lawsuits. However, there is much confusion regarding those dispensaries registered under the ICO who have had to relocate because of the DEA landlord threat letters. It is reported that 57 of the hardship applications come from registered dispensaries that had to move. These registered dispensaries are in operation while they await you to act upon their request. They have been told by planning and building and safety that filing a hardship application is the appropriate step to avoid any further enforcement action until their request is heard or acted upon by council. These collectives are under the impression that they are in good standing with the city. However, the fact from city planning indicates otherwise, and a letter from council member Labange's office is demanding the city attorney's office shut down one of these registered dispensaries without due process. This is sending a very conflicting message. If you are not going to hear hardships, then enforcement on these registered dispensaries should not take place until they have a hearing. I look forward to speaking with council member Labange's office for further information regarding the dispensary in District 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Clyde Williams.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno. Please restore the neighborhood council's budgets. A simple calculation we came up with, you get about 300,000 hours each year from the neighborhood councils or more. The current proposed budget revision would value that at $3 an hour. That's not even minimum wage. And by the way, it doesn't go into our pockets. It goes into the neighborhoods in various programs, such as job fairs, such as 4th of July celebrations, such as CERTs, such as emergency preparedness. All of these things are part of our communities. To take them out will be devastating. Many council persons may want to have fewer and less effective neighborhood councils. I know many of the staff in various departments would prefer not to have neighborhood councils and the responses that they get. So, what do we have? By essentially eviscerating the neighborhood councils, you'll drive them into business and property owner contributions. What will that do? It'll make it less neighborhood and more of a chamber of commerce. I participated in the Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce are very good for representing certain things, but they don't represent the neighborhood councils and the neighborhoods, the real residents of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudette Thomas, followed by Jimmy Cornley, I think. Thank you. Claudette?
Yes, Claudette Thomas, Park Mesa Heights Community Council. And I would like to request that the council consider the mayor's budget in cutting the funds for the neighborhood council, cutting the council funds by 10% rather than 80%. Now, Park Mesa Heights is very active in our community, where we work with the schools, we work with other nonprofit agencies, the children, on educational issues. We run an office 5 days a week. It's an open, fully functional office. And on $10,000, there's no way we could stay open, and there's no way that we could give the community the assistance that we're giving them today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jimmy? Is it Jimmy Javier Corley? On San Pedro Street? And following Jimmy will be Zumadog, followed by Joanne Yavnek-Garb. Please, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Did you call Jimmy Corley?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, you can speak, yes.
My name is Jimmy Corley, and I was done wrong at Grand Market between 3rd and 4th on Broadway. I was robbed for all my money, my lottery tickets. I was bounced on the cement floor, and one security guard poked his knee in my back, and I still got pain and from bruises, ribs. This wrong done to me by Grand Market Security because I was buying a lottery ticket. They said I was trespassing on private property there, and I was not to come back there anymore. The arresting officer of the LA police refused to get my money, my lottery tickets, $120 cash. People came up to the office and told them that I did nothing wrong. This wrong done against me by the security guards at that Grand Market. They must pay me my money, everything that was done wrong to me, and compensate damage, injury to me. I'm calling upon the city council here to make them pay me for the wrong done against me. I've been before city council in Birmingham, Alabama, because police officer falsely arrested me for carrying a concealed weapon. That was a pocket knife. They said I had a weapon. He charged me. And they promised to pay me $45,000 if I would not sue the city for $1 million. So I dropped the case, and I told them that I would not sue, and they were going to pay me, but they refused. After I refused, they refused to pay me. After that.
Thank you very much. We just need you to conclude. We have a 2-minute. We'll ask someone from Ms. Perry's office to come talk to you. Ms. Perry, I think this occurred in your district. There's someone who could speak to you.
If you all do not do anything about this, there's going to be a 30-year curse upon the city of Los Angeles. I'm a prophet of God. Everything I say happen come true.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're going to have to ask for our next speaker. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Zumadog, followed by Joanne, followed by Dr. Weissman.
Thank you. And if my great friend, the great Jose Aguilar, would like to stand by me, I would like him to. He just gave me copies of the Boulevard Sentinel with Zumadog in here. An article. Please pick that up. Now, please, especially if Janice Hahn could pay attention, and if the council members could please pay attention, it involves Mr. Yeah, I'm talking about Weatherly Capital here, and since nobody's paying attention, let's just get right to it. I had a conversation yesterday in person with Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, where I discussed with him face to face the pension scandal that will sink this city into bankruptcy. We lost $7 billion in the stock market, and I've been here for the past year and 2 years warning, the past year especially, Wall Street's in trouble. It's going down, and I'm here to tell you my inside sources were saying Lacer was overly invested in risky Wall Street investments. And now, what else did I say? I had 3 minutes on TV when I ran for mayor to talk about the problems of the city, and I said Villaraigosa's commissioner appointments are the big picture problem. Sorry, people. Now we are seeing commissioners step down, and if I could have complete silence, I'm here to tell you what I told Schwarzenegger. I said, Weatherly Capital, Dan Weinstein. He goes, why? What's wrong with Dan? Okay, well, guess what? Julio Ramirez, who works for Weatherly Capital at the time, he pleaded guilty to security charges in a New York State investigation, and he's cooperating, and he's going to be talking, and we have a couple council members that are very nervous right now, and I'm here to say this is going to be PensionGate. It's PensionGate, and I want you to do some looking into it, and also I'd like to say, once again, we need an investigation. Now you can stand up. Zumadog has led the way by warning you, and now we are seeing the results of it. My blog is now in the top 5 in the nationwide rankings of news blogs based on this story. I have inside information. I'm running out of time. LADailyBlog.com. Governor Schwarzenegger told me, expose it. Expose it. So here I am doing that. Thank you, Schwarzenegger.
Joanne, followed by Dr. Weissman, followed by Mr. Anthony.
Joanne Yavanek Garb. I'm a proud board member of the West Hills Neighborhood Council, having been elected in fall of 2007. I participate in at least 6 different committees, and I am chairing a town hall meeting in September of this year. I am also an alternate member of the Department of Water and Power MOU Committee, and I participate in the Los Angeles Neighborhood Council Coalition. I tell you this because I want the City Council to recognize that there are many people like myself that have chosen to be active in their community. I applaud elected officials that are willing to go through the election process and become government officials, whether it be local, state, or federal offices. Our children are now older, and now I have the time to participate in the community. Also, my participation sets the standards for our children to know that things just do not happen in the community. They are the result of committed individuals working for the benefit of us all. Since I was elected, I would like you to know some of the projects that we have done for our community members. This is a small sample of what we do. Fall Fest, an annual event held in October, which is now going to have an audience of 5,000 participants. Mayor's Day of Service, Santa Susana Mountain area. We're working with the Federal Department of Energy, the DTSC, various state and federal legislators, and corporate owners to make sure that mountain is cleaned up to appropriate, safe standards. The development of Corporate Point at Fallbrook and Roscoe. We helped to sponsor Dad's Day Dash at Warner Center Park. Participate in the Memorial Day Parade in Canoga Park. Support the efforts of Little Theater. Purchase a mat for the wrestling team at El Camino High School with the Woodland Hills Warner Center Neighborhood Council. Fund the disability access for Pomelo Elementary School. Fund the Desert Garden at Pomelo. Contribute to local food pantries. I've given you a list, and council members, we take our responsibility seriously. We understand our community's needs as well as the community's needs as a whole, and we employ you.
Thank you. I just need you to conclude because we're trying to stay serious. Thank you. Dr. Weissman, followed by Mr. Anthony, followed by Corey Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. There will be a lot more to say, and you have on your desk already a community impact statement regarding the budget cut of the neighborhood council's money. That has to be reconsidered, but I really want to look at the budget as a whole, and every time I come before you for the next several weeks, I'm going to be looking at large issues on the budget. The biggest issue, obviously, is something that isn't even in the budget, and that is readjusting everybody's salary in this city in an equitable ways, because that's the only real source of funds that can be modified, and that'll take negotiations which are in progress now but haven't completed yet. The TRAN is the thing that I've been focusing on. You heard me speak of it, some of you, a few days ago. The tax revenue anticipatory notes now approach $1 million in indebtedness every year. They started with a few $100,000 and now it's approaching $1 million. The reason I want us to focus on that TRAN is because it does involve all the aspects of the retirement program that you just heard about. Much more important than the fact that the retirement program and all big pension funds have lost money in the market is the fact that we will have greater and greater difficulty meeting our obligations to our current and retired employees. And how to get around that is going to take a major restructuring. The other thing the TRAN does is it provides the funds necessary to pay for the fact that we have deficits July, August, September, October, and November, and do not have enough money to pay our bills until the first property tax comes in. One way to get around this, well, there's several ways, but I see my time is up. News at 11. I'll be back to talk about that next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Anthony? Followed by Corey Thompson, followed by Rex Reginald.
Good morning, City Council. There's been some talk about the neighborhood councils being pillaged by 80%. They want to leave them with only $10,000 for each neighborhood council. I don't know how that could be when we have all 15 council members stand here and pontificate every week how they love to work with people, how they love working with the citizens of L.A., how they love democracy, working with the people. So it can't be because of democracy working here. Is it the money? I doubt that. We just spent close to $500,000, $700,000 in special event waivers. So it can't be because of money, because we're spending money for donut sprinkling. So what could it be? Folks, they aren't here to help bring up L.A. They are here to disrupt and tear down everything L.A. has. I've mentioned this before. It's called disaster capitalism. Why do you think there was a gag order of 6 weeks prior to the March 30 elections? They put a gag order on the neighborhood councils for 6 weeks, telling them they could not talk on the solar plan. I wonder why that was. They'll stand up here and tell you all the excuses why that happened. But folks, these neighborhood councils are your only breath of life right now. If you want to be considered for re-election, I consider you to take in the neighborhood councils. Zuma, Matt, Arnold, Michael have all told you that all we get is lip service. Where's the public service? You can start doing this right now by the neighborhood councils. The neighborhood councils are the people's voice. Put them into action. Have them give you the free answers. By the way, you want to sell the parking structures. Here's another free answer. Do not sell the parking structures. Selling off the assets of the city is a terrible thing to do. Ask any expert.
Thank you. Corey Thompson?
He went out to put money in the meter, and I'm next. Do you want me to go before him?
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you for letting me speak here today. My name is Rex Reginald, and my attorney and I have launched pet-friendly landlord legislation in San Francisco first, and Gavin Newsom has promised to do it. Now, the main reason that we slaughter 6 million dogs and cats per year is not pet overpopulation. It's the fact that 2/3 of the people are renters, and you can't find rental property. So what we propose is a waiver to allow a landlord and a tenant to come together, pay a little extra rent, little extra deposit. We can shut down the animal shelters across this country. This could be the most important legislation, one of them, that you council people do. Now, the media's on our side. We had 3 front-page headlines, and I'm bringing USA Today, a journalist, with me in a week to see what your position is. I hope you will support opening up apartments for cats and dogs. I spoke to the California Apartment Association. They're ready to do it. It's for responsible pet owners who will pay a little bit more rent, a little bit more deposit, and people want to adopt pets, okay? We don't need to slaughter 6 million dogs and cats because landlords are used to not being pet-friendly because of bad pet owners in the past, okay? So I'll be back in a week. I hope that you consider, I've delivered twice to your offices the media coverage and the simple format that this legislation requires. And you can make history in a week or two by making L.A. the first pet-friendly city in America. I hope you won't turn your back on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Grace Collins, followed by Chris Rowe.
Hi, I'm Grace Collins. I'm the honorary ambassador of Nagalim, and I know Rex Reginald from San Francisco. I followed his legislative proposal for a pet-friendly rent control waiver. I'm a pet owner, a pet lover, pet breeder. I show my cat. My cat is a celebrity cat, the Malcolm Project, and he's been very famous in being a voice for the Naga orphans. And I'm lending him as a voice for this legislative piece. He has his own YouTube. He has a way to speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves through animation. But my cat can't be here today. You can't bring animals into city court, I guess, and there's many, many other places that you cannot bring your animal. And as I move here, I have found that it's very difficult to find places that will take animals. And my cat is my family member. My dog broke up my first marriage, you know. So it was like a Marley and me situation. But what I wanted to say is that, you know, your animal is your family, and it's a part of the community. And there must be legislation that considers the family as part of the community. And for those who don't have children, your pet is an extended member of family. And this piece of legislation is a solution to the problem, and I believe it will stop a lot of animals from ending up in a shelter like my first dog did. And I hope you will consider Rex Reginald's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Rowe, and then we'll go out to the San Fernando Valley.
Good morning, Chris Rowe. I want to address the issue of the Neighborhood Council budget. I support the mayor's recommendation of the 10% cut, which is what he's recommended for the city-wide services. I want to say that what we do in the neighborhood councils is pretty much invisible. People see what is done at a board meeting, but not what's done behind the scenes. Dr. Wiseman and Joanne that are here today and I are the lucky ones, the people that are able to come downtown and talk to you and put the face on what we're doing. But, for example, we have our Santa Susana Mountain Area Committee that meets monthly to deal with the Santa Susana Field Lab. That's not just one meeting that we address in isolation. I spent last Friday 8 hours with the regional board talking about Boeing's stormwater permits. We have agency leaders, as Joanne said, from the Department of Energy, from NASA, from the regional board, from DTSC, coming to our meetings and talking about these issues. We deal with what's toxic in our community and what's a public health issue. We put on events such as ones that Councilmember Smith recommended, which is the Bureau of Sanitation's Waste to Energy program. And last week we had someone from the League of Women Voters talking about the initiatives so that we would have more people participate in the May elections. We also had a presentation on the budget from Dr. Wiseman, and he's taking a very hard look at what you have to go through to make cuts. So I want you to understand that we put hours in behind the scenes without even consideration of where our budget goes. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Van Nuys. Sue Devandary, followed by Joanne Roth, followed by, Rick Nightingale first, because Rick Nightingale, Miriam Fogler, Donna Pearman, sorry, Mr. Nightingale, your card did come in first.
I'm sorry, Rick Nightingale. I can't believe that the police commission turned around and put through the police officers should get a Purple Heart. I'm sorry. I mean, I appreciate what they do, but that is a slap in the face to the military. I'm sorry to tell you that they're out there in the desert and so forth fighting and that stuff. And I believe if you want to give them an award or some type of a heart or anything, fine. But a Purple Heart, no, I'm sorry. You had no right or privilege to take that kind of a privilege away from a military man or woman out in the field in battle. I realize we're having battles here, but it's not the same as there. Same as I never even realized there was a gang in Balboa, Lake Balboa. I don't want to even mention to give them the recognition of their name. But all these gangs are popping up, and I don't know what you people are doing about it. You turn around, and they're just coming all over the place that they're just running these people out. I mean, the people that live there. Because you people want a sanctuary city. I don't see it in the paper where you turn around and when you arrest them, you turn around and you send them back where they are. I don't see that in the paper. But the paper is just corrupt as you people. You control the paper. So we don't hear about things like this. And how do you think you're supposed to have peace without this kind of stuff, where you can't get rid of the troublemakers that are sitting in all these gangs? Same as the gun buyout, and then you ran out of money. They had 1,300 buyouts, and if you go times 2, that's only $2,600. And what I read, you turn around and had $130,000, and you ran out of money to buy the gift certificates. I don't understand this. Well, you people, you guys are running like a dog and pony show. Thank you.
Miriam Fogler in Van Nuys, to be followed by Donna Pearman.
I have to commend Zuma on a lot of things, but there's one thing is he put my name on his website, and I don't have the anger because I have health problems, and he should owe me an apology for that. And of course, we have a right to differ and on a few things, but we can't be divisive here because that's exactly what they want. And I don't know why you got to go out like that and accuse me of something I never did. I disagreed with you, and you don't have the humility and the kindness, the nachas, to be nice. And to realize that there are people down there who are barely making, and poor people making, your law, your parking enforcement, your garbage pickup people who are merely making it, and they can't even get into a house. Teachers can't get into a house. They have to have 2 jobs. I don't know why you don't have the sympathy to understand Dr. Deming's means from the top. I think you're just a hypocrite, in my opinion, because, that starts from the top. You should be going out to city council. One time, their jobs were voluntary. They never got paid. The only thing they got was compensation for driving to work and maybe having something here, but that was the extent of what they were getting in compensation. I don't know why you won't go after the mayor. I guess you like him so much that he's willing to go on for a pay cut because the unions aren't going to go for that because they wouldn't go for an early retirement because the mayor told them not to do it. I think this is very, very misgiving on your part because, after all, I have pets. I have a cat and the dog, and I paid $4,000 or $5,000 to pay to save their lives. You got the chutzpah asking for a 10% cut, Mayor Antonio, when we have to take care of our pets and we're just barely surviving. How dare you got the audacity to ask the unions to give up something when you don't even ask water and power, police, fire, and you guys can afford to take a pay cut in half. 50%.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Fogler. Our next speaker is Donna Pearman, followed by Kim Thompson.
First, I want to tell you that having law-abiding citizens give back their guns will not reduce crime. Did you note that criminals who get their guns illegally mostly did not turn in their guns? Councilman Weiss and Wendy Gruhl want to disarm us. What are they scared of? Second, I want to thank you, Zuma Dog, for about the and Rick Nightingale for about the pension scandal. Anyway, second, Zuma, I want to continue having my beliefs in Rice's city about city employees. You mentioned my name and Miriam, and where the blog you said you warned us about the city has to get back, and you said we were angry. I disagree, but I'm not angry. Why didn't you? Anyway, why didn't you didn't have to fight for the raise? City employees already forgo a distinct cost of living for years. When will be a good time? Never. Not with the CRA. Continue taking our tax increment money, putting up more building we can hardly handle, making more density, using water we don't have. Remember, we have a water shortage. When people who make nearly $170,000 and over are left alone, and people who go after the people making $25,000 to $70,000. People who are in the lower middle and the middle class resented by the lower class. These middle-class people are the most generous in giving to the lower class. You need them. I've heard Councilman Zine is giving back. Where's the rest of the city council? Where is the mayor, head of DWP? Where's the CRA salaries? Even the CRA is not the city. The city gave to them. Volunteer a part of your salary to help the city of L.A.
Giving back the money.
Give back the money the CRA took. When the hotel workers, grocery store workers fought, they were applauded. City employers are told they're selfish. They should make a fraction of what they make because they have benefits. You will get a fraction of the work. Can our city afford that? Can our city really afford less work with furloughs and essential city service? I think not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson, followed by Sue Devandry, followed by Joanne Roth.
Hi. That's a hard act to follow. My name is Kim Thompson. I'm from Granada Hills North Neighborhood Council. I cannot make it to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting today, so I'm just here to ask you to please keep it at the 10%. We're all willing to take our fair share cuts. 10% is good. We're willing to take our fair share in 10% cuts, but I would ask you to leave it at that. Thank you.
No cuts.
Thank you, Sue.
Hello, my name is Sue Devandry. I'm the Outreach Chairperson for Granada Hills North Neighborhood Council. I again can't be in front of you today, but I'm asking for the committee members to go along with the mayor's 10% cut. Any more than that, I believe that the neighborhood councils would be ineffective with the jobs that we are needed to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne.
Joanne Roth, and I live in Granada Hills, and I just second what Sue and Kim have said. Thank you.
Thank you. Back here to City Hall, Barbara Manahan Burke, Jose Aguilar, followed by James Anderson.
Good morning, City Council. Barbara Monahan Burke. I'm the Neighborhood Council budget representative from the South Valley. There are two of us to the mayor. Last night, our group of citywide Neighborhood Council budget representatives approved the following motion: support of a $45,000 budget for each neighborhood council. This is a 10% cut, which is in line with what is proposed for not only City Council but the mayor's budget. Also, no sweeping of monies, that is, no taking of our NC monies. We need them to be able to be rolled over to be effective for long-term allocations. No payment for the city clerk handling our elections. The mayor, the city council, the city attorney, etc. That all the elections for all of you elected officials comes out of the city clerk's budget. We are elected also within the structure of the city, and therefore we should not have to pay for our elections through the city clerk either. We agreed that these 3 points are necessary what I would call the enthusiastic and talented pool of neighborhood city volunteers continuing as the grassroots backbone of our city. Our budget for each neighborhood council has never increased, yet over the years we have built up hundreds of thousands of volunteer unpaid hours each year, more and more each year. Please afford the neighborhood councils the respect that the city charter provides in both its spirit and its intent. And I thank you for your consideration. I hope that some of you have listened to me. Thank you.
Jose Aguilar.
Hello, my name is Jose Aguilar. I'm a member of both Lincoln and Boyle Heights neighborhood councils, and I see a hidden agenda. I saw the YouTube where Mr. Smith was more worried about the 400 employees than he was concerning the neighborhood councils. And he's more than willing to sacrifice neighborhood council budgeting versus those 400 employees. I need to just say for the record, I see this as nothing more than a political retaliation for all the things that the neighborhood councils has taken up. Measure B, Darcy, Local 1811, land use issues, billboard issues, DWP rate increases, infrastructure survey advocation, building and safety abuses. These are some of the issues neighborhood councils take on head on. And I see this nothing more, nothing less than a political retaliation for us advocating for the betterment of our city. All I can tell you is it works both ways. Okay, it works both ways. And the neighborhood councils have networked, and I'm hoping that they would. Hopefully, maybe I'm dreaming, they'll do a political human sacrifice, a recall. That's what I'm going to start advocating for. You want to basically shut us down? I think it's appropriate to pick one of you guys and shut you guys down. There's no way that you are going to silence us. There's no way you're going to silence us on the infrastructure. There's no way you're going to silence us on the billboard issue. And there's no way you're going to silence us on the DWP rate increases. We will not be silenced. And what I see here is by cutting the budget, you believe that the interest of the volunteers would simply diminish, which would then, invoke more power into the city council. Well, I'm hoping that's not the case. I'm hoping that the neighborhood council see through this, and I'm hoping that we join forces. Thank you.
Thank you. James? Followed by William Morrison, and followed by Matt Dowd.
Morning, Jim Anderson, Woodland Hills Neighborhood Council. Madam President and Senator Alarcon, we managed to set AB 7766 forward on the calendar and prevented its being defeated. That's one of the things we do as neighborhood councils. Secondly, I really think that instead of cutting the budgets for the neighborhood councils, how about reallocating them so that Woodland Hills isn't 90 times less important financially to the city of Los Angeles than is Winnetka? And how about the fact that Woodland Hills has to develop the Warner Center specific plan out of a budget that you want to cut 10%? I now devote 40-plus hours a week to our neighborhood council and to city business because there wasn't anybody from L.A. in Sacramento yesterday. So I'll say this to you. When you created the neighborhood councils in your wisdom or foresight, you let the genie out of the bottle. You can't put it back. Thank you.
Yes. William Morrison, followed by Matt Dowd, followed by Mark Hurd.
Good morning, Ms. Rule. Good morning, council members. Unfortunately, I've had a leave of absence here for a while, but now I'm back from Sacramento, and I'm very, very disappointed. I understand there's going to be a case number 230001 coming in June to your council chambers. It's underneath the REAP escrow. Now, I'm going to state something now since it's been brought to my attention. I understand that REAP escrow, tenants are complaining about plumbing, and the plumbing is not the responsibility of the landlord. Unfortunately, my mom's a landlord, and that's her case, the number that I just mentioned to you. Now, there is waste caused by tenants, and that's code number 1161-4. Also, violations that tenants also have are case
These are case codes. Case code number 1929, 1941.25, 1942-4. That's waste on a tenant's part, on waste on the property and negligence of the tenant not repairing within 3 days to perform. Now, in one case, I'm going to see on some of these items that you have under REAP escrow, and if they fit the criteria of the 3 days to perform, since landlords are unaware of that, I think the council needs to bring that to the attention before granting the housing department the REAP escrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dowd?
All right, yes, thank you. Nice to be here in person. I want to thank Bill Rosendahl. Maybe the City Council should have a resolution for Bill Rosendahl for introducing Matt Dowd, Zuma Dog, Michael Hunt, and our new breed of activists that we have out here right now. And I want to shout out now to Jose Aguilar, because he was really the first one to warn everybody here about the subprime crisis. So I'm going to hold Bernie Parks responsible for not listening to that, because he's the chair of Budget and Finance, and he's really holding the purse strings, and he wasn't keeping an eye on those guys and Jack Weiss and Weatherly Capital and all. You know what? We're going to start up a new group. How about this? Stop Endless Corruption. I looked it up. I was going to get SEC, and I realized they've already got it. So I want to shout out to the SEC. Just shout out. But no, it's $7 billion that the children, Jan Perry's district, I'll maybe make an introduction. They're from the Santee district. They're going to be paying that $7 billion in taxes, unless the city can find a way out of this mess. And the way it's going, it's all downhill. So I hope there's some recalls, and you know what, I want to talk about Eric Garcetti too, the council president here. He's coming across very pompous, arrogant. You know, I don't like it. A lot of people don't like it.
If you could address the council as a whole, please.
I'm talking about his performance as council president. And I'll have the city attorney back me up here. He's not representative. I don't think there'd be another Rhodes Scholar in the room. So he's not representative, and he doesn't come across very well to the rank and file and regular people and everybody who's just out here trying to make a living.
Mr. Hurd, followed by Yvonne Michelle Autry, followed by Melrose Larry Green.
Good morning, Council. Mark Hurd, former president, Westwood Park Ashton Homeowners Association, current board member, Westwood Homeowners Association, organizer of the Westwood Neighborhood Council. Ben Franklin once said that fish and guests stink after 3 days. Well, let me tell you what else stinks. There's an election coming up on May 19th, and there's been a lot of mud thrown back and forth. There's a commercial on there where they're shooting a seal now. There's a lot of children out here tonight that someday would like to be future leaders. And taking campaign finance money that isn't proper and running ads that demoralize and in a way make it look like it's bad to be an attorney are shameful. I went down to one of the campaign headquarters last week. I don't know if I can say the name, Behetti. And I sat there and I watched his wife, Carly, open up envelopes. And she looked up the checks in the computer, and she sat there and she said, "I can't take that check." And then the next check, they'd look it up in the computer, and she said, "We can take that one." And it broke my heart to see her. I looked at her and I said, "Are you really putting all that money back? You've got a campaign here where they're just hitting you with mud." And she said, "When it's all over, my husband and I have talked about this. I'm very proud of him." And he ran a clean campaign. We've got to behave a little bit more compassionately. Barack Obama won the election, the national election. He ran a clean campaign, and boy, was he taking some hits. So let him be an example. Thank you, and God bless.
Yvonne Michelle Autry.
Thank you. I'd like, I had this novel thought that, if the city would force the police department to examine the DNA kits and the rape kits, that would remove a larger majority of violent criminals from the street, and thereby making Los Angeles and downtown a safer city. You really would need to continue to finance the Safer Cities initiative, which, as we know, is just a smokescreen. I think it's a reason to justify a genocide of a people that have been expendable since slavery. By and large, a large population of black people, homeless people of various colors. If you would just force the police department to remove the violent criminals from the street in the resolution, or having examined the DNA kits, I think, which numbered about 55,000, over 7,000 rape kits. These are violent criminals still circulating. Do you have mothers? Do you have daughters? Do you have sisters? Even those of you that are homosexuals, if you don't have wives, don't you have, sister-in-laws? Don't you have women or men who could be violated by these criminals? The Safer Cities initiative is not effective, even statistically, because in comparison to other cities, the crime rate comparatively has not dropped, and there are more police officers deployed in Los Angeles now than any other place in the world, except for where the wars are, I think in Baghdad and Afghanistan and Iran. So again, we know that you're incarcerating these people because the prisons are privately owned, it's cleaning up the streets, but again, the police department is the wrong agency to do this. I appreciate Mr. Jack Vice's effort. I personally think it's a reason, it's a platform for him for his re-election, because if anything takes your council 7 years in its undertaking, it's complete and total incompetency, especially as vital as this issue of the resolution of violent crime, which should be the first and primary priority for the police department, because that's the reason it was created and commissioned, and that's the reason that it exists, not to deal with homeless people who need housing and need counseling and they need recovery of life skill services.
Next speaker, Melrose Larry Green.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Melrose Larry Green, and I think the police have a lot of functions. I think that it's not just crime prevention, it's traffic. That's a very important issue. I spoke at the police commission this morning. I remember when I moved here back, I'm so old, 1980 I moved here, when Daryl Gates was chief of police. They used to give jaywalking tickets. Some of you may remember that, some of you may not. They used to give tickets for jaywalking. I see people all day long talking on the cell phones driving. I may be the only Republican Jewish guy in L.A. with a tap card, but I got here by public transit today. Thank you, Bill. I believe it's very important that we have all cops doing traffic. I don't have all the stats like you do, but I would venture to say there's no more than 50 at the maximum traffic cops at any one time patrolling the city of L.A. That's probably a high figure. It's probably more like 20 or 25. Your odds are better of getting a heart attack or stroke or cancer or kidney failure, like Wanda Sykes would say, than getting stopped by a traffic cop in the city of L.A. I only have 51 seconds, so I think you should have volunteers, like me, at corners with digital cameras. When I see well, let's do it in Hancock Park. You see somebody going through a stop sign? Let me take a picture of somebody going through the stop sign. Somebody on the cell phone. Let me take a picture of them. Really, I'm good. I'm good with the picture. I have 30 seconds, so I'll tell you a little bit about my appearance on the Michael Savage show yesterday. I had my little VCR going like the old days with Howard Stern, and I played my little 2-minute speech to Michael. I was on the air yesterday, and Michael Savage said, well, what did the LA City Council say about the motion about me being allowed to go to England? I said they're probably still working on it. It was only Friday and today's only Tuesday, so let's get some kind of a motion passed so Michael Savage can go to England. I'll have 1 second left. Go Lakers.
Thank you. Corey Thompson. Corey Thompson. Nedros Bridgeforth.
I'm Neodris Bridgeforth, representing Harbor Gateway North Neighborhood Council, also the Budget Committee of the Neighborhood Councils. We understand perfectly that everybody has to take a hit. Everything is going down with the money, the pensions, and with our budget problems in the United States and all over the world, actually. And we are willing to take our 10% cut. But the neighborhood councils do a lot of work. I give on the average of 30 hours a month, and that's about all this old 80-year-old lady can do. But I give that free and glad to do it, to work with the neighborhood councils, giving health fairs and clean up the streets there with our Boys and Girls Club. There are a lot of things we do. And it costs money to send out notices and to do these things. And when we give affairs, it costs money. And we have used it wisely. And I think that if you want to keep having neighborhood councils be representative of your people, that you will go with the 10% cut, which we're glad to take. And I thank you so very much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and that closes public comment. Our first item.
Item 1 is the appointment of Ms. Rita Robinson to the MTA Board of Directors.
Thank you. Rita? I'm chairing Rita, but I will do it from here. Rita Robinson came before our Transportation Committee. This is the first time a transportation general manager has served on the MTA, which we think is a very good practice in which you will be able to advocate for us and understand the issues before the MTA, and so appreciate your willingness to serve. I'd like to ask Mr. Rosendahl, who is our first speaker on the queue, to say a few words.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, Rita. I must say, in my 4 years in the council, I haven't met a better public servant than you. You've been terrific. We've seen you in Public Works, Mrs. Smith and I. You turned around that whole dynamic there on garbage and landfills and all that. And then you went on to transportation, and you've taken a group and given it great leadership. So hats off to you, Rita. Okay, my big anger and frustration is with Expo Line Phase 2. I'm totally outraged that CD5 and CD11 have been totally ignored by MTA. I've mentioned it to the mayor, and I know there's others involved. And I went and looked at those two stops yesterday. Do you know the one on Sepulveda, that is a Kasdan development project area there, is going to be at grade? Wrong, bad, lousy planning, and has to be changed, number one. Number two, the second stop, which, by the way, that was supposed to be in my district. They moved it over to the other district. They screwed a whole area that was already looking for it, so that has to stop, okay? The second one is the one at the corner of Bundy and Olympic. Do you know they don't intend to have any parking? Duh. It's all about Santa Monica, which is this little town in the heart of my district that's responsible for most of my gridlock. It's responsible for their airport doing all takeoffs and landings and all toxicity in my people's face. This is a town that wouldn't even let my folks use their dog park. So I'm very upset about Santa Monica. When you get on the board, those two stops have to be revisited. The one on Bundy, sure, they can buy the FedEx next door. They can build a parking structure there and housing on top of it. It would be a great opportunity. The one on Sepulveda is a total disaster. So we need your leadership for the city of Los Angeles on the MTA board, and I am thrilled that you've accepted that position. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. Huizar, followed by Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam President. It was great to see you, Rita, over at the Bike Week announcement with Councilman Huizar in his district. You did a great job there. I just want to get from you, knowing that you've been through various departments, a great knowledge of the culture of how this city has worked and how it could change and how it could work. Can you speak to how you see yourself as MTA board member connecting the planning and land use discipline that we have here, our plans, with the MTA, especially in light of the high-speed rail that's being proposed and its impact on our city, coming into Union Station, leaving Union Station, as it goes through the delicate area of the Alley River, as well as the parks we have built. Please hold my time, but can you please let us know how you perceive your role there and how you can bring forth these issues in connecting planning and land use with transportation?
One of the things that I hope to bring to the board and bring from LADOT as well is
I'm
the
sorry,
fact
Rita,
that
can you move the microphone a little bit closer because we really can't hear you. There you go.
one of the things I hope to be able to bring to the board that the department has been working very closely on are those planning and land use issues, or the plans that the city has for certain entities in light of the light rail, but not just the light rail, but also our desire to have bike paths and walking paths for the city, so that we can, as I often say to the staff, look at transit over traffic, and I mean multiple phases of these types of travel beyond the car. And so when you're looking at planning and land use, parks and other things that we'd like to do, beautification projects, I want to bring those to the board, and our staff is bringing those very closely to the MTA staff, because as you know, these projects are talked about at the staff level and then they get to the board. So we've been working very closely with MTA over the last years, bridging our making sure we have bridges on our discussions, making sure that as they put plans together, they take our plans into consideration, and then when they get to the board, we at least have everyone at the table. And I think that that will help. I think my being on the board even strengthens that, because for many years, I think the LADOT staff was sort of like a stepchild to the MTA. My hope is to at least both of us be sitting at the table together as equal partners as we begin this process of discussions of light rail, bikeways, and walkways, so that our constituents can get around the city in even better ways than they do today, other than their cars.
Thank you, Rita. You've been saying some very important statements that would, Madam President, if we can quiet down the chamber, it's really hard to hear our speaker.
Thank you. If I could ask everyone who has conversations to please leave the council chambers. Shh. Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The other question I have is in regards to Measure R and the funds that are being allocated. How do you see this being leveraged with the economic stimulus dollars that have been spoken to, our public work projects? Can you just give us some perspective there?
Well, as we work on the working rules for Measure R, our hope is that we will be able to, both as a city and as the MTA board, be able to leverage our stimulus dollars with our Measure R dollars and begin to make sure that we have adequate funding for projects that we want to put forth. We know that state money is going to become extremely scarce. Local money, other than Measure R money, will be scarce. So what we can do is begin putting all of our funding pots together to make projects happen. I think the most frustrating thing to the constituents is that they pay into things and they never see the outcome of anything. And so one of the desires I have, even with the staff, is like, I'd like to see a project completed. So if we can put our funding together to make sure the project is started and completed, I think that will give a lot of confidence to the voters that they at least invested in something that they will see at the end, not at the end of their, within their lifetime at least. I mean, that's one of the things that a lot of constituents say to me in the neighborhood council. They'd like to see it in their lifetime.
You know, the new CEO, Mr. Art Leahy, has been there, I think, 4 or 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now we have new board members. At one time, I did sit on the MTA board, and what I found is that the county council has a very strong influence in how the work program unfolds, how items are discussed within the MTA board sessions. I would just like to highly suggest, if we had the opportunity to have our city attorney be counsel to the MTA board and perhaps periodically shift them, maybe every 2 or 3 years, so that the city has a stronger presence and voice in how the work program is interpreted and how we implement policies. I really believe the high-speed rail is going to be a significant issue, given they've been funded by about $9 billion. And and that the first phase goes from Anaheim to Los Angeles. And the failure to include the sensitive areas around the cornfield at Taylor Yard within the first phase of the EIR will have a dramatic impact on how we create mitigation and how we leverage Measure R, high-speed rail funds with economic stimulus dollars to actually create a transit-oriented district that highlights and prioritizes bicycles, pedestrian greenways, and really looks to how we improve our watershed because of the impact of construction and how the waterway behaves in this very, I would say, highly contaminated, but with a lot of potential in the future, given our river master plan. And so I wish you good luck. I admire your stamina to endure several departments, and now to enter the MTA board. I hope we have the kind of support for you to engage this, and just maybe we can have the county council perhaps share some of that role with the city council, city attorney's office, so that we can have a much stronger presence in the MTA board. But thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before we go to Mr. Weisar, Ms. Perry has an introduction.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to ask the students from Santee High School to just stand up and be recognized. They're here on a tour today of downtown Los Angeles, and they are high school seniors at Santee High School, and their teacher is Ms. Ritz. So thank you very much for coming, and I hope you have a great tour and learn a lot today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam President.
Yes, and as they're standing, if you could keep standing, if we could have the cameras go out to, if we can, out to the students. We're still showing Ms. Perry, lovely as she is, but we'd love to see those students.
Okay, I'll walk that way. Walk that way.
Channel 35, are we having difficulty getting to that side? There we go. There we go. Wanted to be able to show those students. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Perry. I'd like to now go, I think it's to Mr. Weisar, and then Ms. Hahn.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Hello to the students at Santee High School, one of the newest high schools at LAUSD. And Ms. Robinson, I think this is a great appointment on several respects. First, you've shown tremendous leadership here in your several roles as part of the city family, recently with the Bureau of Sanitation and now General Manager of the Department of Transportation. You've given a steady hand to these departments and these divisions, and so as we now move over, you will provide that link that is necessary with Metro, and I think that's a second reason why this is a great appointment, because oftentimes, as it is, Metro would have to say, well, what is the Department of Transportation doing in the city of Los Angeles? And you're going to be right there at the board, ready to provide your knowledge, experience, and share that information about what the city of Los Angeles is doing in the area of transportation. So I think that link is incredible, and I look forward to serving with you. You and I both were appointed at the same time, and I have some big shoes to fill with Mr. Bernard Parks, but he's already downloaded all that information that he's gotten from there. I think this is great, and I look forward to serving with you. We have a huge task ahead of us, as you know. Not only do we have Measure R that will help us implement some of the ideas that have been floating around and make sure we do that well, but we have to continue to provide easy access, affordable access to the bus transportation system that for many people that's the only means of transportation, as we all know, and I've heard your thoughts on that, so I look forward to serving with you, and congratulations.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I too rise to congratulate you, Rita. I think you're going to be a wonderful addition to the MTA board, and particularly you, I think you come with a great perspective, and I really appreciated your approach to transportation issues in Los Angeles as it relates to planning and land use. And there seems to be a new synergy between planning and transportation, finally, because I think that's what our neighborhoods really have longed for, was really a comprehensive working relationship between transportation and planning. Everyone feels like they get ignored by the MTA, so I'll just take this opportunity to say the harbor area really feels sometimes left out of the overall scheme of public transportation. And I know that I see a lot of our congestion and traffic as it relates to the airport and the cruise terminal. And I think there could be a great synergy if our Green Line, went all the way into the airport. And then I'd like to see a Harbor Line coming from downtown Los Angeles to San Pedro. What a great connection that would be, so that people who were flying into LA International Airport, taking a cruise, could actually stay on public transportation the whole time and leave the cars off the road at that point. So love for you to continue to think about the harbor area and figuring out a way to connect that part of the region with every other part of the region. And the other thing, when we talk about high-speed rail, I think until we really can figure out how to connect, like, Union Station with the airport, that's another big if, and LAX to the other airports. I think a lot of the traffic on our roads today comes from people traveling between airports or arriving at LAX and not being able to take public transportation anywhere in the city and really get there. So those are my big issues, and I look forward to watching you on the MTA and appreciating all your years of experience, which I think will culminate in good decisions and good judgment on that board. So congratulations.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. Thank you, and well said by all of my colleagues. So we look forward to you coming back here and reporting on the items that are in the MTA as well. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
Congratulations. Thank you. I think our next items are Ms. Hahn, item 3.
Thank you, Madam President. Item 3 would be, what we're doing here is we're codifying the relationship between the city and the Friends of Cabrillo Marine Aquarium. I think all of you in your district have a Friends of organization, a friend of the library, a friend of a theater. This is the Friends of Cabrillo Marine Aquarium, which is our city's very own aquarium that was actually started many years ago by John Olguin, who was then a lifeguard down at Cabrillo Beach, and began collecting things out of the ocean and off the beach and displaying them on cardboard card tables. This is now one of the premier aquariums in the region. In fact, I believe there are more school children that visit Cabrillo Marine Aquarium than some of the other possibly more well-known aquariums in the region. It's a great teaching aquarium, but the Friends of Cabrillo Marine Aquarium have raised millions of dollars to help with the renovation. They raised the bulk of money to help with the expansion of that aquarium many years ago. So they really are a significant group associated with the aquarium, and for the aquarium to maintain its accreditation with the American Zoo and Aquarium Association, they have to, again, codify this relationship between the city and the Friends. So we're here today supporting that arrangement, supporting that agreement, and really taking the opportunity to give a shout out to all the Friends groups in the city that keep alive many of the great cultural and educational venues that we have in the city that, especially going through these tough budget times, the city and the government are sometimes unable to keep up at the level that we would like to without these Friends groups. So thank you, Friends of Cabrillo Marine Aquarium. We're here today to agree and salute you that this is a relationship worth maintaining and a relationship that provides huge benefits not only to the San Pedro and Cabrillo Beach area, but really to the entire region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. Congratulations there. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn, item number 4.
Item number 4 today, colleagues, is we're approving a Prop O request in my district, and this Prop O project will be improving the quality of our stormwater and continuing our efforts to protect public health by cleaning up pollution, including bacteria and trash, in our city's streams, beaches, and ocean. This particular project is the Peck Park Canyon Enhancement Projects, which consist of channel improvements for Peck Park and the adjacent Dunn Canyon. And this specific project will help by improving the quality of the stormwater leaving the canyon, and to increase the recreational use of the canyon by improving the trail system in both canyons. It'll improve drainage, stabilize channel banks, and restore and revegetate channel segments. In addition, there will be a series of pedestrian bridges to cross over the new channel and interpretive signage along that channel. The community has been very supportive of this project, as I am, and I want to give a shout out to my Northwest Neighborhood Council, who played an integral part in working with the city to make sure the Trails project was incorporated in the stormwater project. Again, Propo, many of you, Jan Perry, many of you really championed the passage of that, and we are now seeing the benefits of that in our districts, in our communities, and voters love to know that we're actually doing stuff with the money that they voted to approve. So construction will start in October of 2009 on this project. So I ask for your aye vote in approving this very significant, very beneficial, and very much needed Prop O project in the San Pedro area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes. 12 ayes. Thank you. Next item.
Item 18 was called special by Councilmember Cardenas.
And Mr. Cardenas, there's not been a public hearing. We do have 3 cards. Can we hear the public comments first, Mr. Cardenas? Sure. Thank you. Dr. Clyde Williams will go out to the Valley for Donna Pearman, and then Matt Dowd. Mr. Williams.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno. The Los Angeles Audubon and the National Audubon has a policy regarding feral cats. Why? Because they kill a lot of birds. Probably today, 5,000 birds will die at the hands of or paws of cats. As proposed, the spay and neutering changes will be at most ineffective or more costly to the city and especially to the meager wildlife left within our city. The registration, spay and neutering, and the costs as proposed will generate even more abandonment of pets. Animal services may be somewhat effective against dogs. However, be realistic. Nobody wants to try to catch a wild, feral, or abandoned cat. It's not done, it doesn't get you any points, and it requires adoption if you catch it. And it's already known that adoption of cats and bully dogs is probably the lowest and most expensive element within the animal services. I would recommend reduce or eliminate any fees regarding spay and neutering of cats, and even registration, because very few people ever do. Or allow immediate put down of any cat, free-ranging or feral, if it cannot be caught by animal services or the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Out to the San Fernando Valley, Ms. Pearman.
Marion Fogler also put in for it. Can she speak also after I'm done?
Okay.
Okay. I only want to take a minute on that. I agree with that you should help people with the spay and neuter program. I want to expand also the middle class.
We're on 31, so
people
for this one.
Yeah, people spend a lot of money for the vet keeping the pets healthy, and you have to keep the pets healthy, and we don't need to make it difficult to do what's mandatory. Yes, I believe that's mandatory to do the spay and neuter. So if it's not, I know if it's not right now, it will be. So I'm glad you want to make it affordable, because it costs a lot of money to take care of these pets. Everywhere you turn around, it costs about 10 times more to take care of a pet than it is for people. And so thank you for keeping it affordable. Thank you.
Ms. Fogler.
Now, I'll go like this or this way. I wanted to let you know that the vets, some of them cost a lot of money. I took my dog on Sepulveda Boulevard, and they charged me $1,800. I went back to my vet. He said he would only charge $700. But then when I brought in my cat to him, he's very fair. But you know what? It's hard to keep costs down, and I think that we need something for city services to apply, at least for bladder infections, and stuff. But taking out stones, they should be ways to have it where animals can get the best of health care too, because a lot of times people don't want to pick them up or help them out or anything, but they know the cost of taking care of animals and pets. So we can do something here and raise money to start up some affordable money to be sent to vets to help offset the cost for vet costs. Saving a pet that you love is dear, is so precious. So we need to do is to give incentives so that way we can stop this killing business. Putting down animals, because they mean all of us, mean everything. I meet people who are destitute in their home and by themselves, and they need a pet very dearly. I know one of my neighbors, she's in there like 89. And she's all by herself, and I like to be able to see her have a cat, because she gets very lonely in the house. They leave her all alone once in a while, and it just really would help a lot for someone who is of that age and is homebound. So if there was a way that the city can reach out, maybe can find people who give a cat a home or a dog a home, I would just like to see that done. Thank you.
Mr. Dowd.
Yeah, thank you. Channel 35, can you get a shot here? Tom LeBond, he's dressed like Zuma Dog today. Let's hear it. But this is a good one. There's been a lot of controversy generated over the spay and neuter discount program, and I'm going to be trusting Mr. Cardenas on this one, because I was in Tony Cardenas' office the other day, and he had a flyer. He was doing outreach. Tony Cardenas. I was in his office the other day, and no, that's what I'm saying. He wasn't listening, so I had to get his attention. So I'm going to trust him on this one, only because I saw the gun buyback thing in his office the other day. There was a gun buy, so he's doing outreach. Except I didn't even know about that. I didn't even hear about that on City TV. There was a flyer on his in his office. Now, and that's a great program, except they weren't paying enough for the guns. But anyway, what I'm getting at is I think he's heard the public comment on this one, because a lot of people have jumped up and down over the spay and neuter program. And pet owners, need to be taken care of, because they're taking care of animals. And they have a priority right now in the city of Los Angeles. So I'm going to throw it over to Mr. Cardenas to explain where we're going. We got rid of Ed Box. Things are moving in the right direction. So I'm happy with the way it's headed. And now I'll throw it over to Tony.
Thank you. That ends public comment. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I have some questions for the staff on this. And it's really important for all of us to understand that we all need to do our part, and in every community we have stray dogs and stray cats. My son for the last week has been feeding a stray cat, and then so when I found out about it, I said, Andres, we have to trap it, neuter it, and then release it. And he's constantly outside playing basketball in our little cul-de-sac and playing with the cat and stuff like that and feeding it. But it's really important, and I had to let him know the cat needs shots, all those kinds of things, and which is all the things that the department deals with in a city of 4 million people and tens of thousands of stray animals on any given day in our streets.
Mr. Cardenas, before you go on, we do have a lot of noise in the council chambers. Shh. If you have conversations, staff, please take them outside.
Okay.
Please continue.
Thank you. So with that comes our responsibility of making sure that if somebody does want to do the right thing, that they're able to go ahead and get a dog or a cat spayed or neutered for the safety of the animal, for the safety of the community, and also, with all due respect, for the respect to the taxpayer. Because everybody, if you do the math, you need to understand that dogs and cats can easily have 2 litters per year. So if you have one cat or dog having a couple of litters a year, and if the average survival rate of those offspring are 4, maybe 5 a year, then, and in a matter of a couple of years, you could have dozens and dozens and dozens of stray dogs and cats in your community, and that's just not healthy for a lot of reasons. So with that, we wanted to make sure, and I want to thank all of my colleagues on the council for their immediate understanding and support that the voucher program for spay and neutering in the city of Los Angeles, although it's not perfect, is something that we cannot do without. It's something that we need to continue. And the department, a few months ago, decided in February, they decided that for budgetary reasons, maybe they were going to cut that part of their responsibilities out. And that's when the outcry came from the community. The council came together and said, wait a minute, we know we have to make cuts, we know that budgets are tight, but that is definitely a cost prevention area that will cost us more in the long run if we cut that out. Can you please confirm with us that the $30 and $70 voucher programs are now back in place?
Yes, Council Member. Linda Barth with Animal Services. The $70 coupons were actually restored about the 3rd week of March, and we began redistributing the $30 coupons on or about April 1st. We distributed them that week. So we're distributing about the same number of coupons per month as we had in previous years.
Okay.
We're monitoring our payments very, very closely to control our expenses, but all those coupons are being distributed.
The $30 vouchers as well?
Yes, sir.
So it seems as though we're back up to the same synergy we had before on the number of vouchers on a given monthly basis.
That's correct. And we're trying to hold so that we only distribute each month that month's allotment rather than distribute each month and then get a financial problem.
Which leads me to my next question, and that is, what is the department doing to make sure that we put better safeguards in, both to monitor the progress and the amount of vouchers that are going out and who's getting them and who our partners are out there in the community, and to make sure that we don't have any mishaps or we don't have any abuses of this program?
We actually have a number of proposed ideas of modifying the program to give the department more control over the expenditures. The city controller is providing consulting services to us right now, and they are about to complete a report that looks at the 3 funds that are used for spay-neuter and recommending actually that we keep all 3 funds, but that we do some restructuring of those funds and a different way of tracking, so that council members, if you say, I want to know how much money there is in that account, we can give you, and the CAO can give you the quick answers. So we'll probably be looking at restructuring those funds and how the money goes in them for better transparency. We're also looking at shortening the time. Right now, if someone gets a coupon, they have 90 days to use that coupon, and then effectively there's about another 60 days before the vet might turn it in and it gets billed for. That's a long time for a potential liability to be out there. What we're looking at is shortening that to 60 or 30 days with the idea that if someone has a voucher and they're not able to use it because the vet is overbooked, that they would be able to come back and exchange that for another voucher. That allows us to have much more direct control. It would only be a 30 or a 60-day turnaround before the voucher got used, so we'd be able to watch our cash flow much more carefully. And yet, again, if somebody doesn't get to use it because they couldn't get an appointment, they can just come back and exchange it. That'll give us more control. So we're looking at a few things like that. Also, the Spay-Neuter Advisory Committee recommended changing the funding scenario to get a little bit more money towards the $70 coupons and the mobile vans, which target the low-income population. So we will probably be looking at that and then present that to our Board of Animal Services Commissioners ultimately for their approval. So those are the kinds of things we're looking at, to have more controls for next year.
Okay. Will the vouchers cover the new rate hikes that the council voted on last week when it comes to adoption fees and spay and neuter fees and registration, things of that nature?
Yes, the $70 is still fully accepted, and then the mobile van is $60 for cats and $80 for dogs. That will cover the cost, fully cover the cost of surgery. So the fee ordinance will have no impact on that.
Okay, good. Glad to hear that. Is there an increase in the amount of stray animals during this economic climate, since we've seen the economic turn around the country and certainly here in Los Angeles? Is there an increase in the number of animals that are being brought to our shelters?
Yes, sir. Over last year, we saw an increase of about 22% in the animals that were being turned in, both owner surrenders and just strays on the street. We thought we might have reached some sort of a plateau there, but we're continuing to see on a month-to-month basis 15 to 22% more animals coming in. The good news is that our adoption rates are also increasing. So, our employees are doing a fabulous job at working with people to find new pets for them. But the overall intake is approaching 55,000 now for this year. So we are seeing that, and we do see a lot of issues with people unable to afford medical care or just unable to deal with the daily costs of taking care of their pets, or they've lost their homes.
Now, one of the questions that we sent you to have an answer for when we had this scheduled last time, and we're saving discussion for today, was what kind of safeguards or what kind of changes are you making so the department doesn't run into that budget issue, at least on this category, so the better monitoring, et cetera? Does that have to go with the answer you gave earlier, or is there anything else you'd like to add to that?
No, those are really the kind of tactics we're looking for. We really look forward to working with the controller and some of their recommendations, too. They're working with us to develop a new database that we would use to help us track. Right now, a lot of work is still done by hand, and that means it takes longer, and there's a possibility for error. So it's basically the same answer. That will help us with all of our spay-neuter programs, including our adoptive spay-neuter program.
The Spay and Neuter Advisory Committee that was created by the motion that Alarcón and I and some of my colleagues put forth, their report came out, and it was forwarded to the department, and every single one of us got a copy. I really enjoyed that report. I thought it was very thorough. I thought it was it wasn't just provocative in bringing up issues that we do or don't know about or hadn't thought about, but it was actually very practical in realizing the situation that we're in, doing a real honest analysis of what kinds of mechanisms and best practices we could afford ourselves in the future, et cetera. What is the department doing with that report? And does the department feel as though there's a new relationship with this advisory committee that's almost virtually free, by the way? So it's nice, especially during these times, to get that kind of expert advice on such an important issue that is a high priority for our city. What is the department going to be doing going forward with that advisory committee? How do you see their role and your role as a department?
Council member, we from the staff perspective agree completely. There are a tremendous amount of good ideas in that report, and we really welcome them. We took the preliminary report to our Board of Animal Services Commissioners with a report to them letting them know, at least initially for the first month or two, some of the specific recommendations in that report we wanted to try to tackle right away. We wanted to start some initiatives. To be honest with you, council members, it would be hard to be able to tackle everything in the report right away, and our commission saw that. What our commission then said was, okay, we agree, you're going to be doing some spay events, you're going to do some outreach, you're going to do some better brochures, you're going to do some new posters, you're taking several tactics here from this report. We're going to be looking into trying to use relief vets at one of our unawarded spay-neuter clinics. So we're trying several avenues. Our board has asked us to report to them on a bi-monthly basis as we work through the recommendations, as we take some of the initiatives, as we see what the results are, or the things that we learned, or new things we want to try. So they're going to be monitoring that on a bi-monthly basis, and we're going to keep working through all those recommendations. The other Assistant General Manager, Kathy Davis, attended the Spay-Neuter Advisory Committee meeting last night. We are working hard. We've had a meeting with the chair of that group. We really want to develop a good working relationship. We have a tremendous amount of respect for the experience that group brings, and we really welcome an opportunity to work collaboratively even as they develop their final report and their next set of recommendations, so that we can learn from them as we go and not have to wait for a report to be presented. So our commission is very excited. They're going to be watching closely and monitoring the performance of the department, how we look at these recommendations, and from a staff perspective, we're looking to work very collaboratively with this committee as they proceed through their next report phase.
Okay, so the synergy and the relationship is one of welcome. That you welcome their advice, and like you said, there's a lot of expertise. No one has all of the right answers, but when we can get a group of citizens who are willing to focus on a subset of the entire department and be able to help point out things and help bring advice and potential resources to the table as well, that's something that I think would be very upsetting for all of us if we didn't figure out a way to utilize that and welcome that and then make it real. So thank you very much for starting on some of the implementation, and I appreciate your honesty in letting us know that you can't do everything all at once. In addition to that, speaking of volunteer individuals and groups like this group of individuals, I was just on the phone the other day with Cesar Milan, and he had offered, for example, to do a Spanish outgoing message when it comes to the importance of spay and neutering and the new law within the city of Los Angeles that is a requirement now. As Bob Barker says, it's the law. But the thing is, we haven't taken advantage of that. And I'm not saying that he's willing to do it for free. He's a celebrity. He's willing to lend his voice, and his commitment to the city is tremendous. But what frustrates me is when we have opportunities like that, it doesn't seem all that complicated to me. It seems like, him setting up his time, doing a recording based on the language that we give him, that we could have that up and running in no time. And this is something that seems to have been languishing since last year. And it's specifically on the issue of spay and neutering, and also the nexus between volunteerism as well, and affording us resources and an opportunity to reach out specifically to the Spanish-speaking community. Because this is an issue whether you live in Beverly Hills, which is not the city of Los Angeles, but it's symbolic, or if you live on the east side or the south side or in Pacoima or what have you, this is an issue in every community throughout the country. Yet at the same time, we have somebody who's willing to volunteer, and yet we haven't taken advantage of that. What are we doing to make sure that we fortify ourselves with as much of the resources that are free to us? And I understand it's not that easy. Just because somebody volunteers doesn't mean you don't have to meet them halfway, and it takes men and women power to make it happen. What are we doing to make sure we maximize these opportunities?
It really sounds to me very much like it's an internal communication issue. We need to make sure that these kinds of offers receive the right attention at the right from the right level within the department, so that we can act on them and make sure that we follow through. Following through on offers like this is often where the best intentions can sometimes falter. And in this particular case, I think what we need to do is to make sure that from my level and the other assistant general manager, that we express the importance of spay neuter, and that when something like this comes up that maybe it doesn't come directly to us or we don't hear about it, that staff understands its importance and surfaces it to us, so that we can take the right steps and follow through properly and get it done. It really sounds like sort of a priority and a communication issue, and we will try to keep on top of this as well as other things that come our way.
Well, thank you.
And Mr., if I could just ask you to conclude, we'll come back to you, because we're at 6 minutes. We'll go to Mr. Zine.
Closing comment is, there was plenty for the community to be upset about, and the policymakers of the city. I want to say thank you for getting both voucher programs back on track, and I'm glad to hear that they're now at the rate that they were before. Let's make sure that we communicate better in the future, both with the community and with the policy body. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Zine.
Thank you. The question I have is regarding the vouchers. The last time this matter was discussed here, there was an issue that they didn't have any money, and that the program was abandoned, and then it was going to come back with the $7 vouchers, but not the other vouchers. Now I hear that we got both vouchers back. What happened to the fact that there was no money to run the program, and now we've got it back in full operation?
The issue about financing had to do with a certain portion of the general fund subsidy of the spay neuter coupons, which was needed to fill a gap in the department's general fund budget. By working with the city administrative officer and scrubbing our accounts, we think that we have been able to balance our general fund without having to use any additional spay neuter funds, and that has allowed us with good tracking to continue issuing coupons. One of the other things that happened is we were issuing more coupons per month than we were really receiving general fund subsidy because the demand was so high. So we're making sure that we only distribute the right month's worth of coupons each month that matches the money coming in, and none of the additional money is going to balance any general fund budgets. We're handling that within our own budget, and that's allowed us to say we can follow the council's direction and reinstate both programs, just keeping careful to keep our limit on each coupon distribution each month.
And the problem before, it was a program that was out of control? That is now in control?
Sir, it's now under control, yes, sir.
And then you also mentioned the controller is consulting.
Yes, sir.
In what aspect is the controller's office consulting the department?
One of the challenges that we have dealt with, in fact, the controller also noticed when they did their audit of the spay-neuter programs last August, is that it's some of the accounts are liability accounts and balance sheet accounts, and you can't just sort of go in and look at it like you can at some FMIS accounts and say, okay, I know how much I spent and I know how much I have. So we asked the controller if they could come and help us look at exactly how the cash flow works, how the coupon distribution works, and provide a recommendation about restructuring those funds, maybe not making them balance sheet accounts anymore, making them much more straightforward like typical general fund accounts, so that if council members, you say, I want to know how much money you spent, I can go in and I can just look at it like I can at regular FMIS general fund accounts. So they're providing, and we very much welcome their expertise. They're also advising on how we can redo the invoicing so that we can streamline and ultimately automate the billing of the vets. That way they get paid faster and they will be more satisfied in participating with our program.
And have the complaints from the public been reduced with the new operation?
Yes, sir.
What about the personnel within the department?
Well, we're working very hard. As you know, we're in a transitional period right now. The other assistant general manager and I have had a meeting with supervisors, and we intend to start having regular meetings with them, letting them know the recruitment, what's going on, what the mayor's office is telling us about a new GM, and so forth. We're doing the best we can to really, as I mentioned before to Councilmember Cardenas, to increase and improve our communications with our staff and with our union representatives, and do everything we can to develop a good team communication.
So it's moving in a more positive direction than in the past. Well, I know the last time you were here, it wasn't a pleasant experience, so it's much more positive.
Yes, sir, and we want to keep it that way.
So do we. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon.
Council member.
How many of these vouchers are we talking about?
Presuming that we end up distributing the total amount we have for the year, we will have done about 22,000 $30 vouchers and about 12,000 $70 vouchers, and we have about a 50% redemption rate.
How do you go about distributing them?
Right now, all the $70 vouchers are distributed either through the animal care centers, if someone presents a DWP or some other kind of utility bill which shows them low income, or they can fill out an application and present a number of other kinds of proof of low income, and they could either mail that into us, they could drop it off, or they could leave it at an animal care center. It comes, so they don't have to spend money for postage, comes to us, a staff member verifies, and then mails them a $70 voucher.
Will the neighborhood councils be engaged in this as well?
I'm sorry.
Neighborhood councils?
Will they be?
Can you hold on 1 second? Colleagues, shh. Yes, we're having trouble with the
I'm sorry. Will they be distributing or will they be notified?
Will neighborhood councils be part of the process? They're involved in their communities. If they knew about the voucher program, if they knew how it worked, if they knew how one could get it, they could help promote it with the communities that they serve.
Absolutely. I think that would be a great idea, because what we want to do is to focus as much as we can on those neighborhoods and areas and persons who are least able to pay for a spay-neuter voucher.
Okay.
And we want to target those areas where there's the most stray dogs and the most income
That's perfect.
challenges.
And just make sure, though, that you involve neighborhood councils. At least in the 11th District, I consider them a viable part of the grassroots democracy, that they become part of the process, okay? Another question is, what if you don't spay or neuter your dog at 4 months? What happens to you?
If the department, either because maybe you adopted animal or purchased it, or it's in our system, you'll receive a notice letter reminding you. If an officer encounters you or your animal for some situation, a call or outside or a leash law, you'll receive a notice. And under the ordinance, you have 60 days then to get the animal spayed or neutered.
And what if you don't get a notice and don't know anything about that? What kind of impact could it have on a person who's watching this show that happens to have a dog, and the dog is over 4 months old, which, by the way, I'm against 4 months. I don't think the animal is mature enough. I think you're really violating the animal's maturity, but I lost that battle. I was the only one who took that position. But going forward with this, and what kind of fines would these people have to face?
If someone is found, again, as we heard before, it is the law. If someone is found to have an animal that is not spayed or neutered, cat or dog, they will receive a 60-day notice. They will have an opportunity to comply. After 60 days, if they haven't complied, then there's a $100 fine or 8 hours of service. They get another 60 days to comply. After that, it would be a $500 fine. So everyone, even if there had been some situation where they didn't know about the law and the animal's a year and a half old, when it's encountered, when it gets into our system, they will always have 60 days to get the animal
Fair
spayed or
enough.
neutered.
Last question is, into your system. We know dogs aren't in your system. What is the percentage of dogs that are not part of any licensing procedure at this point?
We feel that there's probably about 30 to 35% of the dogs are licensed in the city of Los Angeles, so that would give us, say, 65%.
So 2 out of 3 dogs are not registered even to begin with.
And that's our challenge, is to get them registered.
How are you going to go do that?
And we have several initiatives at work, one of which will be coming to your doorstep soon, which makes modifications to the municipal code that allows us to do online licensing, maybe would allow us to set up an amnesty program so that if we could work, say, with a foundation, do a marketing campaign and really do a push to let people know about getting their animals licensed, and then offer them amnesty for past years, that kind of thing. So right now, the municipal code really restricts what we can do. But we do have some legislation which is working its way to you that will allow us to, I think, make that easier, especially the online capability. I think we'll see a lot of people who are willing to comply if it's simple and easy and straightforward for them.
Great. Any of those pilot projects we talked about in the past of getting like the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts and community groups to bang on doors, talk to people, and see if they can get registration going and get maybe some money for doing that?
None of them have been executed yet, but we're still working with, say, Found Animals Foundation to see what we could put together maybe for summer.
Okay, we'd like to do that. We very much want to engage young people in this process and give them some summer money, and at the same time provide a great public service. So I look forward to that coming back.
Maybe it could be that summer jobs program that's being
That's what I'm
advertised.
saying. Well, why not incorporate it in that? It would be a great moment for young people to bang on the doors, talk about the animals, see if we can get people to register their pets.
Even if they just pass out the information.
Sure, yeah. Get back to me on that, too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. That's the last person on our queue. This item is now before us.
Madam President, do you wish to just note and file the presentation?
We will note and file the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
Item 31, called special for cards.
Chris Rowe, followed by Miriam Fogler, and Donna Pearman, Matt Dowd, followed by Mark Hurd. Ms. Rowe. This is item 31.
Is this the one, it takes a village? Is that what this one's on? Because I don't...
Special events.
I think that there was a number on there, an item that talks about it takes a village. And by the way, I am Chris Rowe. And I wanted to tie that day in with the concept of, this is obviously from the title of the book written by Hillary Clinton. It's obviously a message that got us our new president. It took a village to elect a mixed-race president. And it takes a village to do the repair to our economy and to fix everything that we need to do. And I feel that village is the neighborhood council system in conjunction with the city council and the mayor's office. So this, as I saw this agenda item today, I wanted to tie that together with what we need to do. We need to take our village and we need to work together in cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. I understand Miriam Fogler and Ms. Perriman have left in the San Fernando Valley. They have. Okay, Mr. Dowd, followed by Mark Hurd.
Yes, thank you. One of the things that's getting away right now from the city of Los Angeles, you know, we talked about these a lot, and a lot of them are being reimbursed by the commercial events. But there's some of these things now, you know, unless they're a charity or, you know, we're raising money for a charity at some of these events, you know, some of these annual things, you know, we might have to start cutting them out because we're not in the position where we've been in previously to support these kind of things. So, you know, Tom LaBonge's got his name, I see, on a number of these. You know, they're all very nice and warm and fluffy and fuzzy, but it's over for this kind of thing. A lot of these need to be reimbursed.
Mr. Hurd.
Good morning. Is this 1 minute or 2 minutes?
I'm sorry?
2 minutes or 1 minute?
This is 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh, thank you. Regarding fee waivers, I was trying to figure out which way to stand on this. So this might be a city attorney question. I was trying to look back into some of my literature to see if I could find something that might apply to these waivers in this issue. So one of the books I was reading, you guys might have read it before, there's this guy named Moses. And he goes up to the top of the hill and he talks to God. It's a great book. If you haven't read it, I encourage you to read it, and there's some good things in it. So Moses comes down the hill and he's got these 10 laws, great laws. I'll translate them, kind of like, thou shalt not run a bad campaign. That is, thou shalt not sleep with my campaign manager's wife. So Moses,
Madam President, he's nowhere near the special events.
I understand. So Moses comes down the hill one day after talking to God, and he sees this huge event going on. This is where we get into the event part. So all these people are having this huge event. They're having a huge party. They're getting crazy. It's just out of control. And my question is, this big event, it's like a party, it's like a parade. Did the city pick up the fees on that? I'm just asking.
Our last speaker on that item. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Next item.
Item 38, called special for cards.
Dr. Clyde Williams.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno. Relatively small item, but leasing of office space for a neighborhood council in downtown. What does that reflect? The neighborhood councils are being eviscerated right now, from 45,000 down to 10, 11, 12,000. How can a neighborhood council pay for leasing of office space? Most don't have any office space. Most neighborhood councils operate out of their home offices and things like that. Where's the money coming from? Is it coming from the city, from the council member, or from business interests? One of the elements here is that I believe that the council members, and especially the Chamber of Commerce's and various other organizations, don't like the neighborhood councils. They want to eviscerate them. They want to make them subservient to the council members so that they can be subservient to the council members and their interests. So I would say either give this particular leasing office space concept to all 90 neighborhood councils and let the city council pay for it, or remove this one and make it more of the neighborhood residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 41 was called special for cards.
Yes, and Mr. Rosendahl, I know you also wanted to call it special. We do have 3 cards. If we could take public comment first. And Ms. Perry would like to speak on it as well. Dr. Clyde Williams, followed by Chris Rowe, followed by Matt Dowd.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road.
And you just have 1 minute left, so you know. I said you have 1 minute left on your 6 minutes for the total council meeting.
Okay. The city has failed to pass the stormwater watershed protection. Why penalize the state or county who may be able to do it more effectively and gain compliance with the water quality requirements of the LA River and other watershed features within the city of Los Angeles? If the city has been studying it for 5 years and cannot get a program implemented, why should you penalize the state or the county for having money come back to the city when, in point of fact, they may be able to do it better? Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Rowe, followed by Matt Dowd.
Chris Rowe. I want to say that I attended the meeting on the LA River TMDL for metals, and I understand about wastewater and toxics in our city, and this issue is related to the issue that we had a few weeks back about whether to put something on the ballot for the summer to the property owners, and it's been deferred to the spring to be on our property tax. And I want to say that I think that the city council needs to work with the county, and I think that they should oppose this Assembly Member Brownlee's resolution that it should be allocated based on the amount of contamination, where it's located. I think that could be easily determined where the sources of the contamination are and work based on that type of percentage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Dowd? Matt Dowd?
Yeah, can I have the courtesy of an update on my time, too, since everybody gets that? 2 minutes left. Thank you. Channel 35, sorry for the delay. Let me just get into this one. Yeah, it's a state AB 139 to assess stormwater fees, and of course the city's crying because somebody's taking something away from them. My heart bleeds. Unless you amend it to require a minimum 85% of funds raised from properties from the City of Los Angeles, we return to the City of Los Angeles. But see, you'd love to be listened to, wouldn't you, by the state over these things. But no, they're probably just going to steamroll you just like you steamrolled us, and all those stormwater fees, they're dirtying up Venice Beach.
That's our last speaker on the queue, Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Ms. Perry.
Okay, could we ask staff to come on up on this? Hold my time, please. Wendy, would you hold my time, please? Good afternoon. Would you tell us what this is all about? Give us a thumbnail headline sketch so the council colleagues can all understand this.
Councilmember Rosenthal Enriquez Zaldivar, Director of the Bureau of Sanitation. What is before you is a resolution by Councilmember Perry that gives us as a department, as a city, a position with regards to AB 139. This is a piece of legislation being authored by Assembly Member Brownlee on behalf of the County of Public Works in LA County, and it will give them authority to be able to impose a fee on county parcels to be able to use that money for water quality purposes.
What's this percentage breakdown that we're upset about, and explain why?
There's a proposed split of how those revenues are to be distributed. Right now, as it stands, it shows
local cities, local return being a low 35%, with the county keeping 65%.
What's our problem with that?
Our problem is a very basic one, and that is that the legal responsibility and the legal requirements for compliance with water quality standards are on the local cities. So we are 100% liable and responsible for meeting what are known as TMDLs, and we argue that we would need the lion's share of the revenues.
What about the county taking the liability, so it's off of our back if they're going to take 65% of the bucks?
I think if that were the case, then we would be having a different kind of discussion. But, the liability and the responsibility right now resides with us as local cities.
Are we potentially in a fine mode at the moment?
We could be very soon. The regulatory agency in this case would be the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and they're measuring our compliance with TMDLs. We have 4 in effect right now, and we so far have been compliant. But we could very easily fall out of compliance if we do not have the resources to be able to stay in compliance.
And what kind of resources do we need over the next 5 years to stay in compliance?
We have done our best estimate, and we have roughly about $120 million a year that we would need to be able to reach full compliance.
How do we spend that $120 a year?
We were earmarked part of it to be able to maintain projects currently being constructed under the great Prop O initiative. We would also invest on projects that will get us compliance for some TMDLs. We have about an estimated of $45 million for that, and we have existing other flood control projects. In all, it comes out to about $120 million a year.
Part of it is because we did Prop O. Explain what Prop O is, what we did with Prop O, and how that leaves us a $25-30 million annual follow-through.
Well, Prop O, it was a measure championed by so many here in this council, supported by over 75% of the voters in the city, a loud statement on what the city residents believe in terms of water quality, and it has benefited us all in the city. We've given us the ability to build many projects, 500 million worth of them. And Shram, do you want to mention some of the specific projects?
Good afternoon, Shram Kardani, Bureau of Sanitation. Some of the project, Councilmember, is Echo Park Lake, Machado Lake. These are the hallmarks of the both lakes are hallmarks of the city. We are also complying with the trash TMDL, the catch basin insert and screens that we are investing. Also, we are also complying with the dry weather bacteria TMDL through low flow diversions. These are some of the projects we have done to stay in compliance as of this moment.
Okay, so here's the big questions. We're at 85% we want, and the county says no. They're saying we'll give you 35%. Is that basically the story here?
Yes, but it's important to give credit to the county. I mean, they have moved. I mean, it started with none of this being offered to be codified in the bill. They have now offered to have such language in the bill, and it started from 0% local return. Now it's at 35%. So I have to say that the county has moved in the right direction.
So I spoke with Julia Brownlee yesterday, colleagues. The Assemblywoman carrying this legislation pointed out the City of Los Angeles' concerns. Our concerns are it's going to cost us a good $100 million a year to stay in compliance. But we also realize that we are the liable group, not the county. So the city will be dinged. So we feel we need substantially more of a percentage than what we've been somewhat thinking is going to happen in Sacramento. Ms. Brownlee and I had a very good discussion. She's a great lady, she's a great colleague, and a great partner for the northern part of our district. And so we have a working relationship on this issue. What do we need to do to get the county and the city on the same wavelength?
We need to talk directly with the county. And, with their instruction, we will do so. I think it's important. This bill will be at committee tomorrow, It's important that, we as a city, with your position here, it's important that they know what the city's position is as of right now, and we then move on with immediate negotiation talks with the county folks, including the CEO's office.
Ms. Perry's going to obviously take the leadership on this, and she's going to speak right after I do. But colleagues, the story is this. Julia Brownlee, great assembly member, has a piece of legislation, AB 139. It's going to be heard tomorrow. The present percentages in it are 65% goes to the county, 35% goes to the city. We know after Measure O, and we spent $500 million in trying to clean up our act, that it's going to cost $100 million a year to stay in compliance so that we don't get fined. We can't get $100 million out of a county measure that only gives us 35%. It is obviously a county issue because the watershed includes a lot of cities and a lot of incorporated areas. But colleagues, we have the beach. Santa Monica has a little bit of the beach, but we, the city of LA, from San Pedro, where Ms. Hahn is, to me up in the Palisades and in Venice, we have the beach. So we are liable even for stuff that comes through us from other places that hit the ocean. So we need to get our fair share. That's the bottom line on this, right? Okay, so I strongly suggest we send a message to Sacramento today that 139 has got to have a better percentage for the city. We're saying 85% for us, 15% for the county to administer. This is a major issue for us in the city. We need to let Sacramento know how the city of LA feels, because there's 2,100,000 parcels, of which 800,000 are in the city of LA. And a lot of it is the flush to the ocean, and we are the ocean. It's a no-brainer for Lake County. Wake up, get off of the dime, stop playing politics, give us a percentage that meets our needs to stay in compliance. Thank you.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to ask one clarification, then I have a few things I wanted to say. On the, pursuant to the county's proposal, which is a 65%, 35% split, the money that would go to the city would go to all of the cities in the county of Los Angeles, not just to the city of Los Angeles. Am I correct? It's not my time.
Councilmember Perry, yeah, the 35% that would go to the local cities would be a proportionate amount based on the Institute's assessment on each of the parcels in those local cities.
So basically, that 35% would be spread potentially through or encompass all of the cities in the county and their proportional level of responsibility. So it kind of further diminishes the 35% and its potential impact within the boundaries of the city of Los Angeles. Am I correct in that assumption?
To the extent that each city, the leveraging of funds in can be extended in collaborative projects, but if you can, that last point you mentioned, Councilmember Perry, if you can repeat it.
Basically, what I'm concerned about is if we embrace the county's proposal, which takes 35% of the proceeds and semantically directs that towards the city of Los Angeles, but in effect it would be spread throughout all the cities in the county, therefore diminishing the impact of our 35%.
It would further diminish it.
All right, I mean, obviously I don't agree with that type of a proposal, and I'll tell you why, and this is what I need to say on the record. The city of Los Angeles is liable for stormwater permit requirements. We are liable, and we are liable for TMDLs. The city does have the same services that the county is offering to smaller cities, and I think I'm correct in assuming that the Bureau believes that most of the collected fees within its jurisdiction should be returned to the city to comply with our TMDL mandate. So I'm correct in that assumption.
You're correct.
So the suggestion from the Bureau, which I prefer, that 85% of the collected fees within the city of Los Angeles jurisdiction should then be returned to the city of Los Angeles, and 15% of that should be given to LAFCD, then based on a consensus-based, watershed-wide, county-wide planning process, if there's a need for large regional projects, then the Bureau can negotiate money transfers based upon a project-by-project basis and do that through negotiated memoranda of understanding. I think that that is more realistic. At least this is a place for us to start. And I think also that the Bureau believes that the fee allocation of 85% with 15% to the county should be memorialized in the language of AB 139, which I believe is going through committee tomorrow in Sacramento. And I support that position. I prefer that position. And if somebody needs to offer a counterproposal, they better act quickly. But since we bear the brunt of the responsibility, I think it's not unreasonable for us to ask for a larger percentage.
We couldn't agree more, Councilmember Perry.
Before Mr. Rosendahl, we do have three other speakers on the queue, actually. Ms. Perry, you have completed? Ms. Perry, you finished?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Labange, followed by Ms. Hahn, followed by Mr. Alarcon, and Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Thank you and your team of people working around the clock to do the job that it does in sanitation. The question I've got to ask, we have 27 cities that we're contracted with, correct, or thereabouts?
In our wastewater program, yes.
All right, will their fees be adjusted the same as the people of Los Angeles?
This would be a county-wide kind of fee, so it'll be the same, whatever applicable to each parcel in the entire county.
But is it equitable? Could I stand in front of the people of the 4th District and say to them, this fee is important for the health of the environment and the operation which the City of Los Angeles has in our Bureau of Sanitation, the same that Glendale pays, which we're co-partners with the Glendale Los Angeles plant, Burbank, which we take some of their treatment at the end, San Fernando, Calabasas, unincorporated county, and other parts of the city. Can I honestly look them in the eye and it's the same, what they're going to have to pay if they live at Wilshire and La Brea as if they live in Central and Glen Oaks and Glendale?
Councilmember Labange, the assessment, and by the way, what the bill is for right now is not for any fee yet. It's for an authority to do a fee down the road. But right now it's not for a fee. But the way in which the county would assess that fee is based on what we believe is a fair basis, similar to, it has to do with the nature and the characteristic of the parcel, how much of the water infiltrates in the ground versus how much of it runs off onto the storm system.
Right, but I'm saying, I'm looking in the eye. Let's say you're my constituents, you live in the 4th District, and I want to say to them, this is equitable. This is, is Beverly Hills a contract city?
In the wastewater program, yes.
Yeah. So, let's just, I like all cities. I just picked on Beverly Hills because they're out of the, what we call the Los Angeles River panel. They're more on the Bologna Creek panel. I know we're still suffering at Gardner Street with the land that we've got the stinkhole out of. We haven't been able to complete that. I'm talking about my district, Ms. Hahn, which is important there. So those are things that have to be addressed. But I want to say, so tell me, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, you can look at them in the eyes. It's a fair assessment on how every parcel pays and how much.
Okay, question. We know what Hyperion wastewater facility is. What is the county's facility? Hold my time.
They have a similarly sized plant just north of CD15. It's known as a joint plant in Carson. But
right off the 110.
Yes. But that's for the wastewater flows, which this is for stormwater, Councilmember Labange.
Right.
This AB 139 would be for the stormwater, so it's the storm drain system.
Yeah, I rode my bike today and rode out Wilshire and bike to work day, and I, at the red lights, inspected the drains. And it's amazing what's growing in the drains because they have to be cleaned, on that. and I'm going to look at it again because I'll give you those because you always attend to those issues that are there. Street cleaning is a big aspect of my vision, and much of the trash is within 1 foot of the curb. If you remove it from the street, it doesn't go down the drain. If it doesn't go down the drain, it doesn't go down the river. It doesn't go down the river, it doesn't go in the ocean. You don't have this problem. What benefit in any of this cost is going to go to street cleaning? Hold my time.
Well, there's some question that street sweeping, like you said, is a best management practice for TMDL compliance and for keeping stuff going in the drain. This bill does not yet address any of those details, council member. So there is no breakdown necessarily. But for us, street sweeping is a big part of our stormwater best management practice.
Best management practice, should sanitation take over street cleaning so it connects? Should Public Works look at that? Members, think about that. I know, Mr. Smith, you're always a good Public Works visionary. So my time is over, so I will thank you on this issue here. This is important for the health of the future generations of Angelenos, but I want to make sure it's fair for just the county. And we have met with the county face-to-face, like you're meeting with me right now?
Not just one-on-one. We have been part of a larger group negotiations, but I think the latter needs to take place.
Yeah, so the latter needs to take place. Ms. Howard, on your time, talk about the county meeting with the city and trying to make things better, because you're an expert on county affairs.
Our expert, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, so let me get this straight. This bill that's being heard tomorrow basically is giving the county the authority to assess a fee for stormwater pollution control,
yes,
which we all agree with, which we all believe in. Does this bill actually, I'm sorry if I missed it, specify this 65-35 split in the bill?
Yes.
It says it.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, in the Adel Hashkali bill sanitation, in the May 7th amendment to the bill, it has that breakdown.
Okay, so it's in there. Now, we of course have talked in the city of doing our own stormwater fee. Would we have to get the same authority from the legislature to do that?
No.
Why does the county need to get it and the city doesn't?
Our current authority under the SPA, for us it would be the SPA, the Stormwater Pollution Abatement Fund. It's already clear and specific about it being used for water quality purposes, not just for...
So we can do it without the legislation, but the county cannot.
Correct.
Now, with the 65-35 split, that would bring about how much to Save Los Angeles? 32 million, somewhere around there?
Yeah, based on the numbers done by the county, it's $32 million.
How much?
$32 million.
$32 million, which we don't want to sneeze at. $32 million is a good amount, particularly if we do our own fee to add on to that. And the 65% that the county would take, they're also building projects that would impact our stormwater runoff, our headwaters, our watersheds. I mean, those are projects that would benefit the city, correct?
Yes.
I understand what we're trying to do here because I was at SCAG for 2 days talking about these issues, and many of the members of the Southern California Association of Governments are pushing for a 50-50 split. They also have issue with this. I think what I want our message to be today is I approve of the county trying to do this. I also think we should do this. I think, the voters would support both because the problem is so big and the problem is so regional, and we're always talking about regional solutions to some of these problems. The city can't do it ourselves just within our own jurisdiction because the water starts beyond us, and those are the projects that we would expect the county to use the 65% for to do those projects. So I guess I want to make sure that our message today is, while we may not agree with the 65-35 split, we do support them doing this. We also want to do our own. And based on the feedback we got a couple weeks ago, I'm not sure we're going to be able to do our $99 one right off the bat. We may have to do a $23 a year one. So, I don't want to lose the opportunity to get at least $30 million from the county on top of what we do ourselves, because it's going to take at least that much money to solve some of these stormwater problems. And of course, we're being held liable for when we don't meet these requirements. So hopefully, as part of our, I have a sense that we're going to vote no on this, or we're going to vote to disapprove this bill up in Sacramento, but I hope part of our message could be we're still willing to sit down with the county, we want to negotiate, we want to work together, because I think it's going to take both the county's stormwater assessment fee and the city's stormwater assessment fee to actually someday solve this very, very big problem. I don't know what I said.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Alacone, followed by Mr. Reyes. Can you speak into it? Is it trying? Can you try it again?
Nope.
No. Why don't you borrow Mr. Cardenas's?
Cool, I like this. Hold my time for a moment of laughter. First of all, I want to commend Councilmember Perry for bringing this matter before us. I think this is a good catch, and this is and our legislative team for catching this as well. 35% is not acceptable. 35% of the city taxpayer money is not acceptable. It should be 100%. And Ms. Perry is offering a motion to negotiate at down to 85%. But the county has a history of not providing services to the city of Los Angeles when, in fact, we are a part of their jurisdiction. They should provide us an amount of service that is equivalent to our taxpayers' contribution. That's exactly what we're talking about here. And so we are right to work our delegation from the city of Los Angeles up in Sacramento to tell them to vote against this unless they change the formula to dedicate 85% to the city of Los Angeles. And I think that would be fair because we do recognize there are some administrative costs that would be borne by the county, and 15% should be able to cover that without getting too technical. So the only question I do have, first of all, some of the people around here were talking as if the projects are dedicated. I want to make it very clear, this is for the entire city of Los Angeles. The San Fernando Valley will be on the table to get these services as well. So no particular area of the city of Los Angeles is going to get a dedication with this action today. If this measure passes, we'll come back and argue about where those services should go first and how they should be apportioned to the various parts of the city of Los Angeles. But my one question is relative to what Ms. Hahn was speaking of, and that's because what we could have said, support the measure if they amend it. Instead, we said we oppose the measure unless they change it. And I thought that the appropriate statement here is that we support it if they amend it. As opposed to opposing it, which sends a very contrarian message, it's a slight difference, but it does present a more positive face on the measure as a whole. So I don't know if Ms. Perry would be interested in that language as opposed to the current language.
Do you want to state that again, Mr. Alacone, what you
Well,
like to amend?
actually, I just wanted to ask Ms. Perry if she was interested in doing that. I said I love you, Ms. Perry, but if we could just modify this a little, amend it just a little bit. The question is, do we support?
Love scares me. Yes, go on. Yes, go on.
That's another discussion.
I know.
But if we can send it up saying we support if amended. as opposed to opposing it unless amended. And it has a more positive spin on the general nature of the measure. So I was just wondering why you chose this language as opposed to the hardcore, we oppose it.
Well, if I may, I'm more of a...
It's a subtle thing, but in Sacramento...
There's a semantical difference. Let's see what Mr. Wickham...
No, it's not semantical. In Sacramento...
It makes a big difference in Sacramento.
Well, I wouldn't say a big difference, but it does make a difference.
John Wickham with the Office of the Chief Legislative Analyst. A couple points. One, the League of California Cities LA Division has already taken a position of oppose unless amend that the position is 50% or more. So that's a position that's already on the table there. There's a subtle difference.
You're saying they would oppose it if we get our way?
If
we get 85%, they would oppose it?
They're at 50% or more, rather than 85%. So there's a little bit difference on the percentages, but their position is oppose unless amend. And the other distinction here with oppose unless amend as opposed to support if amend is that support if amend suggests neutrality if the amendment isn't made. And so that's a policy decision for your point, whether you're neutral on that.
That's a very good answer. And with that, I would support the motion as presented by Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Reyes.
I wanted to understand the points that Councilman Alarcon was making. I think is a good one because it speaks to how we want to work with the county. So I wanted to ask you if by moving in this direction, do we make it harder for our departments, and I'm asking department heads this, to work with the county because the watershed doesn't know political boundaries. It behaves the way it behaves. And we have mandates to meet, which means we need to work in cooperation with the county. So how is our relationship improving? Does it make it that much harder to work with the county? It depends on what subject area, it depends on what geographic area. Can you just speak to the environment we're in, given the level of coordination we need to produce real results? Can you hold my time?
Councilmember Reyes, I think the county and us and all the cities understand that we must collaborate in being able to address the water quality issues. That being said, we have on the record that we have had some great collaborative efforts jointly with the county that speak to the spirit. And certainly in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, we can speak of two huge projects that are PROPO funded, in which the city, along with the county, worked jointly on doing water quality improvements. So I think that's an existing spirit. Likewise, we also understand that when the rubber hits the road with being able to comply with TMDLs, then each entity has to do what we must do to be able to achieve that compliance. And that's where it puts us in this position of negotiating to what is in the best interest of the city. Not, I don't believe, compromising our relationship and spirit of cooperation with the county. I don't think that will be compromised. Certainly, that's my feeling.
Is your feeling based on conversation with the lobbyists? Is it based on your relationship with department heads from the county? What do you base that on?
In our dealings with the Department of Public Works at the county, we have many joint efforts with them. Certainly, this is a time in which our negotiations are getting more heated, if you will. But I still believe, though, that if we are able to strike an understanding on this language of the bill, that we will maintain that spirit of cooperation.
Now, in terms of our lobbyists in Sacramento, I want to acknowledge and thank Councilman Perry for her diligence on this, but our lobbyists in Sacramento, are they in a position to, here we are going to oppose unless we get our share, correct? It reflects the geographic percentage of the county, which is what we're asking for.
That's correct.
If it doesn't go through, are we in a position to come back with another bill that achieves that goal? Or is that something we have to wait for Sacramento to direct us? Is that a conversation with the lobbyists? I mean, how do we get to a place that allows us to get the resources to meet the goals that this initial bill was trying to achieve?
Well, we would definitely work with our lobbyists in Sacramento on this bill as it currently is to find an agreement that would move forward in providing those resources. So that's one stop. We're still not precluded from doing the local fee if the council chooses to move forward with that at some point. But because this would be a state law, this county allocation at the existing number in the bill would need to be changed at some later date, and it would be much more difficult to change it at the later date than it would now. I'd say it would be virtually impossible.
I'm not trying to advocate for more fees, believe me, but I do know that we would need, given what you just said, a state official to sponsor a state bill that achieve the same goals but with percentages that would allow us to meet our needs. Would that be accurate?
If you intended to change the county allocation.
Okay. Well, thank you, and I stand to support the motion as proposed by Councilman Perry. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl, did you wish...
Thank you, Madam President. If I could, colleagues, it's an extraordinary request, but it's rather than just a 2-minute public comment. I'd like to ask Mark Pastoriella, who is the Assistant Deputy Director of the County of Los Angeles Department of Public Works, to understand from him his position, though it's very clear to us. You heard all my comments, colleague, in the beginning there. If we're going to be subject to the liability, we need to have the resources to be in compliance. It's a simple story here. And we have 800,000 parcels out of 2.1 million, and our 800,000 becomes part of the funnel, and we have the ocean, so it's a real thing. Officers, let him up. Come on up. I know they don't understand that issue. Let him come at the table, would you please? Just create a room here for him to sit right up here. Come on. They'll let you up. Okay, hold my time. And sit right in that comfortable chair. We're all in this together. The county and the city are in this. It's an extraordinary moment to have this discussion. You've heard my colleagues and I talk about that. Ms. Perry has provided the leadership on us. Others have all jumped in on this. It's a big deal for us. Would you react to what we're saying and help us out a little bit?
Thank you, Councilman Rosendahl.
Your name for the record?
Mark Pastrella with Los Angeles County Department of Public Works, Assistant Deputy Director. I first want to start out with reiterating what was said by my colleagues within your departments, and that we have a fantastic relationship as a district with your Bureau of Sanitation and the other bureaus here in the city of Los Angeles. And so, and as Enrique mentioned, we are at a time when we're negotiating, and so in all professionalism, we are negotiating this issue. But I also felt it was, and I appreciate the councilman's invite to speak today, because I felt it was important for the county to be represented here today with respect to what our intentions are. And I'd like to be able to do that if I'm allowed to. First of all, it's very important for you, the council, to understand that it is not the County of Los Angeles that's proposing this issue, but it is the Los Angeles County Flood Control District that is proposing to provide a service to our area ratepayers, who are 2.1 million parcels here in the greater Los Angeles basin. The district's boundaries extend from Avenue S in the north county down to San Pedro to the west and to the east of the county, and we don't currently serve Catalina Island. The county flood control district is proposing to provide a new service. We have since 1915 been serving the city of Los Angeles and its other sub-watersheds for the purposes of flood control and water conservation. The county of Los Angeles is proposing to provide a new service to our ratepayers that includes the LA River watershed, a water quality improvement service. It's important to understand this was a discretionary act by the district. It was not something the district needs to do to comply with MPDS or Clean Water Act requirements, but rather it's our effort to extend a service that we've been trying to provide along with the city for some time. And to be very specific about the bill, AB 139 is enabling legislation that would allow the district to collect a fee in a certain manner, a property-related fee, if you will. The district currently only has the ability to collect fees through benefit assessment and through small property tax. We are attempting to collect a property-related fee so that we can comply with Prop 218 measures that are imposed upon the district. The district had proposed to only have the legislation do this, enable. In response to many of our cities within our district requesting that we come up with a percent split for a fee that we may generate later, the district went into negotiations with the cities and responded by including a 65-35% split in the statute, as well as intent language that talks about what we intend to do with respect to any water quality service. What is surprising and difficult for me to understand as an administrator of the flood control district is that the city would turn away an opportunity like this for us to create more facilities such as Sun Valley Watershed, a 14-component project in the San Fernando Valley that is treating the Sun Valley area, about 8.8 square mile area within the city of Los Angeles, wholly. And so, first, I want you to understand the 35% that we're talking about returning to the city equates to about $30 million a year, no strings attached. Basically, the city takes the money and complies with the intent language of the bill, which says meet your MPDS requirements, your Clean Water Act requirements. The other 65% received from this watershed, the LA River watershed, would be returned to watershed. So a percentage of the monies collected would be sent back to watershed through projects like the Sun Valley watershed. So in fact, you are receiving 100% return on your money if you think about it, and the size of the city of Los Angeles is such that those monies, those size of projects, 4.4 square miles served, there are going to be many, many projects in the city of Los Angeles with a regional nature to them. And so we're kind of befuddled that the city is trying to pull, but actually understanding the position of the city with respect to the pull on your general fund and the other needs you have with respect to MPDS permit. But what we'd like you to think about is the capacity of the flood control district to provide regional service, whether it's technical, capital improvements, or operation and maintenance. That's very, very important for you to be able to have regional compliance with our Clean Water Act requirements.
Okay, well, I want to thank you very much for that discussion. There needs to be more dialogue and more discussion. Just one question for you. If we gave you the liability, so we're not nailed, why not accept it, and then we weren't going to have too much of a problem here?
Right. Well, unfortunately, because the Clean Water Act is a federal law, it is impossible for the cities to actually delegate or relay that liability to another entity. However, working together, we would be maintaining facilities that would provide compliance with the laws that are coming out of the regional board and the state as well.
Okay, well, we want to thank you for speaking. Our position is pretty clear. We don't want the liability unless we have the ability to frankly meet our responsibilities. You said we get $35 million back. My guys are telling me we need to spend $90 to $110 million to stay in compliance. That gap is too large, obviously, and that's an issue we need to deal with. Unless any other colleague wants to push the button, Ms. Hahn does. But I don't know how much longer. I just want to do the right thing by having the county here, that's all.
I have two other people who pressed the button.
Yeah, I wanted to ask.
Okay, hold on. Ms. Perry, would you like to be the last speaker? Okay, Ms. Hahn.
Okay, you did describe one project that the 65% would help pay for in the Sun Valley. What other projects can you specifically describe today that would benefit Los Angeles?
Well, we have several projects that we're working on with your staff already where the city's expending monies. For instance, Santa Monica Channel, where we're building a rubber dam system to contain flows. Strathern Pit, which is a PROPO-funded project that will have other components to it that could take regional money rather than city money to pay for. Many other infiltration-type projects, improvements to our upstream recharge facilities could be done to treat for stormwater there as well. And so we have a number of projects that we have in the can, if you will, that already are in line for the city to actually pay for, where the county regional project, flood control district project, would pay for that element of it.
I mean, are the scope of those projects written down anywhere? I mean, I think that was part of the problem was the only one I've kind of heard about is the Sun Valley one, and I think that's the other discomfort I think that probably a lot of the cities in this region have is those projects haven't really, in my opinion, been properly spelled out so that we understand where the 65% is going and how that actually does come back to us.
It's a great question, and transparency is demanded, and we have to have a capital improvement plan set up. One of the things that we intend to do going beyond AB 139 is actually engaging the cities in developing those watershed capital improvement plans through these next coming months. Before we ever put forward a bill, or excuse me, an initiative for the service, we would have a list of capital improvements by watershed.
Probably should have had those before this bill was being heard. I think that's our problem, is you're asking us to support it when a lot of those projects really haven't been spelled out for us. So it probably would have been a better path to have taken.
Yes, with hindsight, I do agree with you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Ms. Perry.
I just want to call the question.
Okay, thank you. You are the last speaker on the queue. The motion is before us, Ms. Perry's original motion that we have before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'd like to, all the attendees we have in the back room, I know, are here for our Budget and Finance Committee. And many of you are here. The Budget and Finance Committee will begin 1/2 hour, Mr. Parks has indicated, after this council meeting has adjourned. We do have one more item here on the City Council agenda, and then we'll be adjourning. So I wanted to let you know that it will at least be another 1/2 hour to 45 minutes before the Budget Committee begins here in this room. Thank you. Next item. Mr. Alarcon, I'm sorry, Mr. Alarcon?
I just want, is this working?
It's working now, yes,
Okay.
Mr. Alarcon.
I just wanted to make a request that items 5 and 19 go to the mayor forthwith.
Forthwith, as well as item 41, I believe, as well, that we just heard would go forthwith as well. Thank you. Next item.
Item 43, called special by Councilmember Parks, and there are cards.
Yes. Mr. Chair. Mr. Parks, you want to go to the cards first? Okay. Dr. Clyde Williams, followed by Michael Davies, followed by Matt Dowd. Mr. Williams, I'm sorry, you have reached your 6 minutes today. I apologize. So our next is Michael Davies. Yes, the city attorney has advised that you reached your 6 minutes today, 5 minutes, 5 minutes today. I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davies?
Thank you. Michael Davies. Today I'm representing Engineers and Architects Association. I'd like to thank Council Members Parks and Smith for demanding very close scrutiny of the item that's going to be discussed. Please, as City Council, don't allow yourselves to be held hostage to an ill-conceived, irresponsible placeholder in the mayor's budget that calls for privatization of the city's parking meters. Also think about $3 million to be spent on the study of a fire sale of a reliable, revenue-generating city asset. Money could be far better spent upgrading, modernizing the parking meters that we have. LADOT has been attempting to upgrade, modernize the system for the past few years. They have an excellent plan in place, but it's under-resourced. Again, please give very close scrutiny to this and do not surrender a city asset in a fire sale situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Matthew Dowd. Mr. Matthew Dowd. All right, well, then we'll go on to our next speaker, Mark Hurd. Is Mark Hurd here? All right, I guess Mr. Dowd and Mr. Hurd are not in the chamber. Then to Soledad Garcia.
Sorry. Good morning. Soledad Garcia, Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council. This is to advise you that our neighborhood council, at the neighborhood council agenda meeting, the group unanimously is opposing the selling of the assets, of the parking assets and the meter. We're looking at it in terms of the needed consideration for due diligence, and we're looking at the loss of public properties, and also at the potential appreciation of the public asset. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That marks the end of our speaker cards. First person on the queue is Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask the CAO-CLA and the Mayor's Office and the City Attorney to come up to the table. Colleagues, the reason this is back before us is that we recently voted on this, and during the review of the budget, there was information that came forward as to the cost in subsequent years to do the study. I think many of us voted on this item believing it was a $500,000 allocation for the study. During the budget hearings, we found out that there was an expectation of additional funds in future budget years, and also the larger issue is that the study is going to cover both parking lots and parking meters, and many of you have expressed your concerns about either one or both. And I thought it'd be important for us to bring the staff up and talk about this issue as in depth and get the questions answered, so the issue that you clearly know what we're voting on, and secondly, that we're not in a position to later find out we didn't know some vital part of this proposal. And so why don't we ask the CAO to start off? And
Okay, as we talked about this item a couple weeks ago, and then also in your committee just last week regarding some of the costs for next year. One of your concerns had been the actual cost of the potential costs that were needed to actually do the studies. And our initial report requested $500,000 with the expectation that there would be additional monies needed to complete these studies. As you have indicated, the budget does provide in the SPRF fund approximately $3 million to complete studies, pay for the advisor, work with the parking consultant, basic transaction counsel, and other expenditures and so forth.
Okay. And then could you tell us what the breadth and depth of the studies are going to be? And what we understood, I think initially, was that the studies was going to get us to a point of making a decision whether we chose to go for parking lots singularly, meters singularly, or combined. And so what do we get, and what's the breakdown for this study and the cost?
Councilman Mike Keeley, Senior Advisor to the Mayor. There are three consultants that we are retaining with the $500,000 that the Council has already approved. Scott Ballas Strategies is here with us today, an independent financial advisor that has no stake in whether or not we do a concession deal. They're on the team to provide objective advice about the pros and cons of either a structure deal or a meter deal or both. So they're the financial advisor. They are paid on an hourly basis. The second consultant is a parking expert, Desmond Consulting, that will study the meter rates, and specifically, I know a number of you have expressed concerns about what the adjustments to the meter rates that you implemented last year, and they understand that their job is to study the impact, among other things, to study how people are using our meters and whether, in fact, across the city, some meters are overpriced, some are underpriced. What is the utilization of our meters, and what is the impact on meter utilization of the recent rate hikes? Because certainly from talking to you, we believe that some of you believe that that's had a very difficult impact on local businesses. We think it's helpful to have someone objectively, who, by the way, is a national expert in this field, study what the impact of rate adjustments are. So that's Desmond. And finally, we've asked KPMG to join the team for the specific purpose of studying the cost of the status quo. So we certainly know that people believe that this is a revenue generator and that we will make more money holding the asset in the long term. We believed it was important to have an objective assessment of what does it actually cost us to stay in the meter business, and what is it likely to cost us to stay in the meter business going forward. So those are the three key consultants.
Would they evaluate our proposed revamping of the meter system with the RFPs to give us an idea of what's projected, or are they going to study it based on what we know today?
I think that they're really going to be projecting based on what we know today, sir, but I think it would be, certainly we'll be sharing this with DOT, and I absolutely expect DOT to come forward to you to say, past history is not an indication of future results, because here are the 5 things we intend to do to improve future results. Okay. But DOT will do that for you, sir.
When we have the study, and the council, if they make a decision that they don't want to go forward on either approach, what would be the benefit of the study?
On the structure side, we will develop an understanding of deferred CapEx, capital expenditures. So, for example, we understand that for many of the structures that the city owns, there have been no capital expenditures over the last few years. And sometimes that doesn't mean there were no capital problems or things that needed investment. It just means we've been starving the assets for the investment that they need. So we'll end up with a sense of what the capital investment that we will need to make if we choose to stay in the structure business. That's on the structure side. On the meter side, what we should end up with is a much more detailed blueprint of what we can financially expect from continued ownership and operation of the meter system. Here's what we expect the capital program is going to cost. Here's what we expect we have to spend. I think, as you know from the mayor's letter today, Mr. Perks, it's very easy in a difficult budget situation to start slashing across the board. But one thing we know about the meter system and several other businesses that we're in is that they need capital to be effective, to upgrade, to deliver the improved technology that your constituents see. So, among other things, you would get a study that says, here's what it's really going to cost to continue to do business the way we've been doing business this week.
Would it behoove us to continue with DOT going forward on their RFP while we're going through this study so that we can continue to upgrade our current system if that is one of the concerns about the revenue?
I think that's a fair question, Councilmember. We did not, that's a question you can direct to DOT. What DOT told us at the beginning of the conversation was that they did not have staff to both respond to the questions that we will be asking them as we validate and investigate the viability of a meter deal and also proceed on the parallel path of the RFP. And I think, sir, what we believe is that we don't want to spend, and you know that we're not asking to spend an additional $3 million in addition to the $500,000 that we've already gotten. We believe that we can, for much less than that, get you to a decision by July about what you want to do. Choice A, structures only. Choice B, meters. Choice C, structures and meters. Choice D, status quo. I mean, there's a variety of options and I'm sure 100 permutations. Our belief is that we can present those to you by July with roughly a total redevelopment investigation budget of $1 million. I don't mean roughly, I think $1 million total. $500,000 we've already got, and of the $3 million that we've asked for, we're suggesting that $500,000 be allocated for this assessment phase, and $2.5 million can go into the UB and would not be spent or touchable without coming back to you to tell you. And my belief is that for $1 million, we will have valuable studies that will guide you regardless of the directions that you go in, and also have the information that you and the mayor need to make an important policy decision by summertime.
Are you saying July of this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask the CAO, what are the impacts in the sense that we found subsequent to the vote that one of these parking lots is a CRA-owned structure? How does that positively or negatively impact going forward?
On the CRAs, how will it negatively impact what?
The fact that they own it, does that mean that we'd have to purchase it?
No.
How does that impact this proposed study of the parking lots?
Natalie Brill, CAO. The CRA owns the parking lot.
Yeah.
The CRA...
In order to identify which one they own.
That's the ArcLight Cinerama Dome parking lot. They actually own it and they have debt against it.
Okay.
So if that parking lot is included, then the funding to cancel out the debt, to defease the debt, would have to go back to the CRA.
Okay, so that would be part of coming out of the deal, the structured deal.
Correct.
Okay. The other issue I think we need an explanation on, in the budget, there's a comment or a line item that talks about $80 million based on the P3. Could you give us some idea of what's that based on, and if we take one of those four options that you commented on, how that money may go up or down?
The mayor's budget includes $80 million as a net figure, and that includes both structures and meters. And I think that that's the way the mayor's office proposed it.
Okay. Now, if the council goes for structures by itself, what could happen to that $80 million?
That's what we're trying to get to with this study. We're trying to understand, with the data that we're getting from the three participants, what type of values we would have.
Okay. Is the likelihood it would stay at $80 million, or at that level?
I don't know. That's one of our issues right now, is that we really don't know. I mean, if you're asking me, do I think we can get there with both? Yes. If you're asking me if we can get there just with the structures, I'm not as confident. I'm not saying, and I think Mike would probably, you want to...
You know, the mayor actually looked at that as he was deciding what to propose in the budget, and I think his conclusion was that 80 is more difficult if it's only structures, but a great deal of it depends on the policy judgments that this board will be that the council will be asked to make. So, for example, when you ask, are the structures alone worth 80, I would ask you, what restrictions, if any, are you going to is the council going to want to impose on structure rates? So, for example, if you were to say structure rates cannot be increased without future approval of the council, very reasonable political position to take, then I think the chances of us getting to 80 are very low, because an operator will have a hard time assessing the political prospects for future rate approvals.
Would that also impact the number of employees that currently are assigned there as it relates to them taking it over with city employees and the insistence that the council insisted they remain? Would that limit our ability to maximize the funds?
I think that the only thing that we can talk to in that sense is other municipalities' past experience. When Chicago did both the tollway and some of its other projects, part of their concession agreements did include and some of them didn't include. So I think that's really going to be a negotiation point as part of the concession agreement.
Will that be a part of the study? These options?
Yes, absolutely. So, for example, sir, we do need to give you a sense of the impact of, for example, living wage, prevailing wage, labor harmony. Those are all important policy questions that have to have a price, and we need to assess those and come back to you with more information.
Okay. The other issue is that, Ray, let me ask, for this next year's budget, we have basically assessed how much our meters will create and put it in the budget. What is that for this coming year?
I believe that is, basically for the meters, is 31.8 million.
For the 9-10 budget year.
That's correct.
So if this deal were to be cut prior to the end of the fiscal year, how does the city recoup those funds that are already allocated in the budget for meters?
It's one of the things that is in question right now. We can't provide good information. It certainly depends on the closing, the timing of the studies, bringing back the policy discussion, the closing of the deal. And certainly we don't expect anything, for
But the longer we wait into next fiscal year, the less apt that this money's available, this 80 million?
I think it's a timing issue, Councilman. I think it depends on, we made some assumptions putting SPRF together, and I think those assumptions were, meter revenue, parking revenue, but at the same time, the other assumption was that this would be done next fiscal year. So it can be structured in such a way that we would continue on until a point in time that 80 million would come into the budget.
Let me just sum up in my last 30 seconds here. So the issue today, what's changed is that instead of the $3 million in the budget, you're saying it could be done for an additional $500,000 to study, in addition to what we approved already.
Correct, but I think I want to be even clearer than that. This is the assessment phase. This is the phase we're using the 3 independent consultants.
So repeat that. This is the phase what?
This is the assessment phase. In other words, we need to get to a point to be able to give you enough information to make a decision and for us to do our own cost-benefit analysis. So we believe that it'll cost us about $1 million, $500 from this year from SPRF, special parking, and next year also $500,000. That doesn't mean we'll spend the whole amount, but we think that's what it will cost us to get there. What we're still unsure of is we're still hiring attorneys, transactional attorneys. So if the project moves forward, there will be additional cost. So
you're saying that there's additional cost
in the
if you
additional
consummate the deal.
phases.
If you consummate the deal.
Correct. And what we estimated was an additional $2 to $2.5 million that you're putting into the unappropriated balance. So that is what we believe it will cost us. As we get more information, we will come to you and tell you what we believe the true cost is. If you decide to go forward with the project, obviously there will be some costs in attorney's fees, in sell-side advisors, and more for the financial advisors to help us get through. I mean, this is, like you said, a complicated project.
If we consummate the deal, isn't it normal that as the deal goes forward, that those funds, such as attorneys and other consultants, are taken out of the deal?
Yes, some of them are, but some of them, because they're independent, we sign contracts that they will be paid, but, well, you know, we could reimburse ourselves, that's all part of the agreement, but it needs to be clear that they are independent, so it's not contingent on them closing. That's why we consider them independent.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Smith is our next speaker.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the exploration, Mr. Parks. I was happy to sign this. For those that don't remember that, a week ago, I think I was the only person that stood up and said, let's not spend $500,000. Now we want to spend $3.5 million. If you can be more opposed to something, I guess I'm more opposed. I want to remind you of the points I brought forward then. This council made a tragic error in its judgment a couple years ago when we turned down the Fig Plaza project for $110 million, what it was. Instead, we waited a year, fooled around with it, came back and bought it for over $200 million. You're on the right side of that one. Okay, that is really bad decision making. Now, at the very bottom of the real estate market, we're saying, let's sell real estate property. Let's sell assets. If you were a corporation and you bought high and sold low, you'd be broke. And guess what, folks? If you look at our budget, we're pretty close to that right now. Those are the decisions we're making. For those of you, and I know, Ms. Hahn, you're a champion for the employees and the people that work for this city. We're looking in the mayor's budget, mayor's letter just came out today, we're looking at 4,000 or more layoffs this year. 4,000 layoffs. We've got a bunch of neighborhood council people very upset with us because we reduced their funding, because we want to keep people in their jobs. This extra $3 million we're talking about here today is 61 people's jobs, 61 lives that will be ruined because they're going to get pink slips because we chose to go into a project we don't know the answers for yet, but we're going into a marketplace at the worst time to sell assets. That is dumb. And I'll say that, I said it last week, I'll say it again today, that is a very imprudent way to do business. I ask you this, when we had the debate here last year for Las Lomas, I asked you not of whether we should continue the project or not, but in your hearts, did you even want to do the project? Because why go through years of an EIR? Why go through years of exploration to decide you didn't want the thing in the first place? And this city council, I believe, made the right choice and said, we don't even want the project, so why go through all the exercise? I'm asking you today, if you think this is a prudent thing to do with our money, to go forward with a project to sell assets at the bottom of the market when we could do better things. Could that $3 million be better invested in doing this parking lot program, the parking meter program the DOT gentleman talked about? Upgrade our system, make it more efficient, make it work better. Is that not a better investment for our money? I said that last week, I'll say it again. Today is not the time to do this. We have to be good shepherds of people's money. We can better spend it in other ways to be efficient, to provide better service, to provide better parking meters that are not broken all the time, that provide us more cash in the long run, and keep those assets so the day that may come, if we ever decide to go down that path, you sell it high, not low. I don't want to go down the path. Chicago just went down this path. Chicago sold out their children's future because for 80 years they've lost those assets and they can never recuperate that money. For today's budget problems, Chicago sold out their children. I am not going to do that, and I ask you to join me today in changing what you did a week ago. Let's not go down this path.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker.
Thank you. A lot of applause in the room here. There's a lot of interest in this. Michael, again, state your four options that you just said this money would go for.
I think the choices before the council will be a structure-only deal, a structure and meter deal, the status quo, and I think I also said maybe there was a meter deal without structures, but I'm not sure that that makes any sense. So really, it's essentially three options: structures alone, status quo, structures alone, structures plus meters.
And what's your gut tell you that would all mean in terms of our deficit in the next couple of years?
I think that certainly, Councilmember, the reason the mayor asked us to look at this more carefully is because he's acutely aware of the deficits that we face and believes that this could be, as it has been for Chicago, a strategy to alleviate some of those deficits. I think the conversation you've heard this morning about are we selling our children's future is a very important discussion, which we look forward to engaging in with you once we have the results of these studies. So we certainly believe that we have to make the case that we're not selling at the bottom of the market. We don't have the data to make that case today. We think it's a very legitimate question, and we'll look forward to having that conversation with you when we have the results of our studies.
The mayor issued a letter a couple of minutes ago. It says the gravity of the fiscal emergency that we face is enormous. The fiscal emergency. Would you help me on that one, that sentence?
This is an unprecedented, as we know, most of us have not lived through an economic drop of this magnitude. And I spent the weekend studying in great detail the challenges of the 10-11 fiscal year, which resulted in the letter before you today, among other things. And I have to say it's very, very difficult. Every year we sort of say to the budget team, go back, we're ready for some fresh ideas. But the truth is that's easier said than done. And we have very, very few options.
Yeah, I've been strongly against the meters for a lot of reasons. One, they're not mature out there yet. We're not clear as the new technology to go in place. And there are sections of the city that have no meters at all. And I have also said I would take more meters in my district if I could get some of that money back to the community for improvement. For instance, on Abbott Kinney, for instance. People of the area ask me for meters. I don't want meters there unless a piece of it goes back to Venice. I don't like all this sweeping going everywhere else. So I don't want... I'm not pushing anything on the meters, except it's premature to even discuss it. I agree with Mr. Smith. I mean, these meters aren't even realize the value of our flat piece of pancake land called the city of L.A. Look at the geography we have and how flat it is. I don't think it's mature enough to even discuss it, put it on the table, and try to find a buck for it. So I have said that to the mayor, and I've said it to you, and I've said it to others. The meters shouldn't be on the table. The structures, that's for other colleagues who think it can be more effectively dealt with in their areas there. But the bigger issue for me has always been a city asset, a public use for a public trust is really what I want to keep doing. That's why I've been fighting to keep property in my district from going into the general fund to be sold, because we have other needs. Once you sell a city asset, you never get it back. And so I'm very worried about even the structures, but I'm going to reserve judgment on the structure. How much money are you asking for today?
The proposal is that of the $3 million that was requested in the mayor's budget, that $500,000 be added to the $500,000 that we've already gotten. So that would be a total of $1 million for the assessment phase. We wouldn't spend more than that before the council has made a decision about what it wants to do on the menu of options we talked about.
Okay, and that $1 million would happen over what period of time, and what would you be working up in that period of time?
We have deliverables from the consultants that I mentioned, and that will result in studies that will be available to the council that I think even if you stay in the meter business, council member, you'll want to know, because, this basically says staying in the business does require a capital commitment and a labor commitment going forward, and this will quantify those commitments for you and give you a roadmap for how much you can expect to make and, frankly, hold DOT accountable for going forward should you elect to stay on the status quo.
Yeah, no, I believe in knowledge is power, and for us as a council, that's why we've been urging the mayor to come up with the reality of this crisis. No more mirrors and smoke. There's no more deals to be made. We're going to lay off people. We're going to furlough people unless we can find a better way to deal with it. So I'm delighted that the mayor's two-pager is talking about the reality of our moment here, and we as a council are going to deal with our reality tomorrow. So for $1 million, we'll get a better assessment of what these are worth for us going forward.
And I think a blueprint, even if you stay on the status quo, a blueprint to hold DOT accountable for financial results going forward.
Yeah, because, DOT wants to move forward on the meters.
They certainly do.
They've been held up because of this whole process.
As I said, they told us they couldn't move on both paths simultaneously. Perhaps they have a different story today.
Okay,
you could ask
thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Reyes is our next speaker.
Thank you, Council President. The questions I've had have been asked, but I do want to pose a different question in terms of the studies that have already been conducted by LA DOT. Is there anything there that could help us so that we don't have to invest the $3 million or the $1 million and avoid that expense? So I know we do studies all the time. Is there anything in our CAO, CLA, in your research where we have any type of information that doesn't require us to spend that kind of money? Please hold my time.
I know there's been various studies done previously. I think one of the things that we'd like to convey today to you is that we would like to get a very, very good detailed assessment of what our inventory is and what the possibilities. Certainly in listening to the concerns today, and actually listening to your concerns a couple months ago when we were going through the process of actually having the rate increases in hours, there were a lot of questions that came up, and information is power. And I think if we can gather, if you allow us to go forward and gather that information, I believe we're going to be able to come back with you and have a roadmap one way or the other on what we want to do with structures, meters, the different areas of the city, whether it's in Lincoln Park or whether it's somewhere else across the city, Abbott Kinney, etc. I think we need to have the information so we can make the appropriate decisions going forward.
One of the key factors in our last discussion is the difficulty of separating the impact of the economy on our commercial corridors versus the real impact of increasing fees in our meters. What variables you would use, how would you distinguish that impact, where is the cause and effect? Is this study that you're referring to allow us to engage that level of analysis, or are we going to be going down this theoretical path that is going to blur the issue even more?
Yes, I believe it would. One of the things, a term that has come up is elasticity. And part of it has to do with basically the market. I mean, what the market would bear, different areas, whether it is rates, whether it's hours. There's a number of variables, and having a clear picture as far as what you may want to do in one particular area of the city may not be the same in another area. And we want to be able to look at that information and be able to come back with.
In Lincoln Heights, in Highland Park, I have the chambers that are very, very upset. I have the business investment districts who are very upset. They're saying we are pounding in the last nail in the coffin because we increased the meter fees. We're scaring away customers. They're now going to other cities. The meter increases is just killing it. If we go private, we'll have less control. So there's a lot of questions that need to be answered here. And there are many folks who are looking at the city and saying, you're not helping us, you're hurting us. Will these studies address those type of issues?
I believe it would. I believe it would give us information so we can make better decisions, and so we don't make blunt decisions and just do something across the city.
In looking at it, you might have answered this, but I want to make sure I understood the answer. Would the same $3 million, what would it do if it were reinvested in the parking meter modernization upgrade program? I mean, is there any way to assess or describe what the $3 million could do if we invested in the modernization today, since it's been held back? I believe it's been in pause mode for what, 3-6 months?
Well, Councilman, I think largely that's something the DOT would have to address in terms of what what their plans are, the RFPs, the kinds of resources that they estimate they would need to do the upgrading, the high-tech pay station type. I mean, that's a question the DOT would have to address.
Is DOT here?
Good afternoon, Amir Sadati, Assistant General Manager, Los Angeles Department of Transportation. Your question, Council Member, was if a percentage of this money was to be used?
The $3 million that's being contemplated, if you were to reinvest it in the parking meter modernization upgrade program, what could you achieve and how does it impact our coffers, our revenue base?
Well, I think what we provided the task force was a comprehensive plan moving forward. Obviously, as Mr. Keeley has mentioned, there will be some capital infrastructure to improve the entire system. What this council had approved was changing about 15 to 18% of our existing as part of this pilot project, so we still have about 85% of the meters that have not been upgraded. So any money can go towards that, but I think probably the entire capitalization and modernization may be somewhere closer to 25 to 30 million, as was addressed in the CAO report. And as far as revenues, this would be something that, again, in time, as you ramp up and you finish modernization, that program will bring in additional, I think we reported, or what we projected was roughly 20 million in 2012, because it takes time to get to that level.
I understand, but the $3 million would get us there quicker. Is that what you're saying?
It would be part of the process, yes. I mean, we would be able to do some, but the entire package would have to be bid out for us to understand what we get. We know what we could get, but I'm not sure what the $3 million would go towards that, but not the entire modernization. It would not cover the entire modernization.
We have conditions now where you go to meters, and it's been described to me by several folks where you go to put in your quarters, they won't take it anymore because the actual instrument itself is already packed. It's already full because of all the quarters you need to pay for the amount of time you want to stay. So you have an empty space, another car comes in, but they can't take the quarters because it doesn't have the capacity given all the quarters it has to take in. So what are we doing?
Well, I think it's important for council to also consider what the impact of raising the rates and extended hours did, council member. As part of last year, DOT did advise...
I'm sorry, but that's a very basic notion. The instrument is too small for the amount of quarters you need to put in now, because you got to put so many more to meet that 1 hour limit, and when someone leaves, you can't take any more quarters, so you have free time being wasted. Isn't that an impact? Isn't that an end result?
That is a limitation of the current technology that we have.
Well, it's also, sir, in fairness to DOT, they knew that they were going to have to adjust the frequency with which the meters are collected. So someone comes and physically takes the coins and puts them into a collection bucket. And we knew that when you quadruple the rates, that the frequency of the meter collection was going to have to be calibrated so that they didn't fill up. And I think DOT is still trying to acclimate itself to the new realities and trying to figure out what is the appropriate meter collection frequency to make sure that the cans don't get full.
So bottom line, we're paying a huge opportunity cost for not calibrating our pickup points and emptying out these instruments so that we can take in more money.
I guess, sir, I would say the opportunity cost is the larger meter opportunity generally. You're right, there is an opportunity cost to not picking it up more quickly, but the truth is, for example, the department proposes a 5-year capital upgrade or maybe a 3-year capital upgrade. We'll talk to them about it. What's the opportunity cost of replacing meters in 6 months? And is this something that the city could do if it wished to do, or are our procurement and installation systems such that we are not physically capable of doing it in 6 months? Those those are all the interesting questions that we'd like to come back to you on with the benefit of the studies. And also, just to, as we've indicated today, we're not spending $3 million before you've made a decision on the meters. We would like $1 million to make a study, and $1 million is a heck of a lot of money. I totally acknowledge, especially in the context of the letter released by the mayor today. But we think that in light of the capital investment that Mr. Zedai is talking about, $30 million, and that, by the way, is just capital. That's not labor. So the total cost of the continued in-house management of the program is substantially more than $30 million. We would hope that you would just take the time to take a deep breath and look at the results of the study before making this important policy decision.
I think it's also just as significant that our constituents are hearing what options are before us, given the impacts they're feeling as our commercial corridors continue to deteriorate because of the high cost of these meters. And so we need those answers, and that's why we need to ask these questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Our next speaker is Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Thank you, colleagues, for all of these questions and ones in which we have had in the Transportation Committee meeting as well. I think the impetus for the discussion today was the budget discussions that we had. We passed in our committee a $500,000 allocation. When we got to Budget Committee, it was over $3 million. And that what took everyone at a pause. Because, look, let's admit our meter system is screwed up, okay? It is screwed up because we bought the same meters across the city of Los Angeles years ago, many of which are dysfunctional. They have not kept up with the time, and so we have been in this catch-22. A year ago, over a year ago, I think, went out and piggybacked on an existing contract. It was the easiest, quickest way to get, Amir, was it 25%?
15%.
15% of the meters replaced in the city of Los Angeles. We were moving down this path of being able to then go out to bid and select a new meter technology for the entire city of Los Angeles. One that would be easier for the customer and also be easier for the city of Los Angeles and for our city employees to be able to access and make it service to the community. What happened in the interim was, one, last year we raised the rates, which did not allow us at the same time to do more than that 15%, and then came forward with a concept that there is not, and Mike Keeley and I had a lot of conversation, there is not unanimity about whether or not this is the right way to go. Because many of us feel in our communities that the amount that we went up in this last year, people are still having to deal with functionally in these communities, and particularly in some of those. I know Ms. Hahn and Mr. Labange and Mr. Reyes and I have had probably the most active communities in opposition to that and trying to deal with it. I am not ready yet to say we're going to spend $3.5 million on this. I think what is being proposed, and which will be in budget, because this is just a report, an update. The budget item will be coming before us tomorrow as well as next week, is to putting that money in the unappropriated balance. I think the concern that we've had is we do not want to jump off either into the beautiful ocean to something wonderful or off a cliff if we don't know the facts. Because I do believe that in the parking structures, we don't always do the best job. I know this is shocking to hear, but we don't do the best job actually managing sometimes some of our facilities. Sometimes we do better, sometimes we don't. There was an instance where it was at Pershing Square, where in fact, when the city took it over, we did a better job of collecting money and be able to do that. So each one is unique and different depending upon the site in the city of Los Angeles. Some of these that we have are really adjacent to other existing. We've talked about Hollywood and Highland, and the fact that there's a hotel there and another major development, and maybe they might do a better job in managing it other than the city of Los Angeles in doing that. And could there be some revenue sharing there? But we don't know all of the answers, and I think it is not the pot at the end of the rainbow, but it is something we have to look at. But I think the prudent way we're going about it now, different than what was in the budget, was putting that into the UB and coming back at certain points before we go off the cliff to understand the ramifications. Because meters are something very important to each of us and our neighbors and our communities. It talks about commerce, it talks about engagement and all of that, and people are unwilling
unwilling, and I'm unwilling at this point to say, we want to give away the store for those particular locations and to not have the same kind of controls we have now on those meter rates. And so, and I know I'm over time, thank you, Ms. Perry, for your patience on that. But I hear some of the concerns that Mr. Smith has raised and have raised some of those myself. I think it is prudent to look at what our options are before we go forward and not spend $3.5 million, which is why we're here today, because that was not the understanding in our committee, that it was the value of that study would be to that level that we have. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. Our next speaker is Mr. Cardenas.
There's a lot of things I'd like to speak toward today, but I want to focus mainly on the $500,000 and the $3.5 million. What is let's hear it again. What is $500,000 going to get us? One time?
Just the chronology, sir, was that the CAO report asking for the $500,000 was submitted before we had actually done scopes and tasks with consultants. So we were guessing at that point about what it would cost to do appropriate investigation studies.
Who's the we?
We is the committee that includes the CLA and the CAO that is.
Who is the entire committee?
The Natalie Brill CAO's office. The committee consists of the CAO's office, the CLA, and the mayor's office.
Okay.
And-
you didn't mention the mayor's office. You
And
pointed
the
to
city
that.
attorney.
And the city attorney.
Correct.
So there's 4 entities.
Correct. The city attorney advises us on the
Distinct
contracts.
city departments/organizations with different fiduciary responsibilities and explicit responsibilities, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So the $500,000 gets us a good deal of time from the, I mentioned before, the financial advisor who we're paying on an hourly basis so that the person is, so that we have someone that is independent and not motivated by pocketbook considerations to recommend a concession. So we have the sell-side the financial advisor, and then we also have the 2 consultants I mentioned earlier, KPMG looking at base case or status quo costs, plus Desmond looking specifically at the rates and meter operations as well as capital expenditures that will be required going forward.
Now, what does $500,000 get us when it comes to all of those?
I'd say it gets us about 2/3 of those studies, or maybe a half of those studies. What we've suggested this morning is that of the $3 million requested in the budget that the mayor submitted, that $2.5 million we agree should not be spent until the council has made conceptual thumbs up or thumbs down decisions on, for example, meters, structures, none of the above. But the preliminary assessments by the consultants that I've mentioned will cost us more than the $500,000 that we've already asked for, but less than $1 million, which is the total budget we're requesting for the assessment phase.
Okay. So, the last time we were here, and the respective parties to this advisory committee, to the policymakers of the city, I asked the same question: what does $500,000 get us? And nobody bothered to make the nexus between $500,000 gets us 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 of this picture. The answer was basically that's what we need to get a picture. $500,000 worth of professionals telling us what we need to know so we can make the decision that you just outlined, which is, should we go ahead and include meters, B, meters and parking lots, C, none of the above, etc. That was the impression that I think I got, and that was the impression that I think the council got, that $500,000 gets us to the place where we can now make the next decision. But now I'm hearing that it's really $3.5 million of studies, but really about anywhere between $500,000 to $1 million to get us to that point where we can actually make the second decision.
Let me clarify a little bit about that. When we were putting the budget together, we were asked by the mayor's office, how much do you think it will cost us to go through this concession from beginning to end? So we looked at those consultants that were not necessarily contingent on something closing, but that we would need for every phase of the process. We we thought it would cost us about $3.5 million. We thought. Because we didn't have any contracts, we hadn't gone out for RFP, we hadn't done any of the, we hadn't really started down that path yet. So we looked at that and we came up with $3.5 million. Then the discussion was, well, we want to start to work right now with the parking studies. And we need to get some knowledge, as Mike has said, as what's going on out there in the sense of parking meters and structures. So again, we took a guess, what would it take us between March and June to begin the work? And we thought it would cost us about $500,000. What our report talks to, not very explicitly, is that there was additional funds that we would need to get through phase one, which includes the parking consultant, an independent financial advisor, the KPMG's work on the forensic accounting, and also possibly, but we're still unsure, of some work from the transactional attorney if we have legal questions that the transactional attorney for P3s can answer. So when we revisited the issue for budget and for the budget hearings, we think it'll be, and we hope it'll be, a little less than $1 million. And at that point in time, that will get us through the assessment phase. I know that's a long answer, but we're trying to be as detailed as we can to get to where we are. One of the problems was that in order to get the budget out at a certain point, we had to give a number at the beginning of March. And Sarai and our office and the mayor's office went through that process.
And I would thank you. I would just like to add that certainly if we miscommunicated at any of the committee process, I'll take the rap for not explaining. I think we knew that it was going to cost more than $500,000 to get to the finish line, but we also knew that we were not going to spend anywhere close to 3.5 before we came back to you for conceptual okays. At the time we asked for the $500,000, we had not done RFPs to consultants to say, here's the scope, give me a price. And the main reason we hadn't done that is because we hadn't gotten the $500,000 in the first place to ask for that kind of scope. And also we were putting our teams together to make sure that we were asking the right questions. So the truth is, our knowledge about what we need has expanded since our first conversation, and we now have a much more solid idea of exactly who's doing what on our teams and what kind of information we will be presenting to you at the conclusion of this process.
Okay. I'm going to invite you to be in my shoes for the next 10 seconds. I want you to tell the public, since you said that you're willing to take the rap for perhaps if there was any miscommunication or misunderstandings, can you please state your name and what your title and who you work for is?
Sure. Mike Keeley, Senior Advisor to the Mayor.
Okay. And the reason why I say that is because every time one of you bring advice to us, you tell us we vetted this out or what have you. The reason why you're sitting before this council is because we're the ones that the public identifies. We're the ones that the public sees, either throws tomatoes at, maybe once every 10,000 years might want to throw a parade in our honor or something like that. But the bottom line is we tend to be the ones that the public are looking at, and the press and everybody is saying, what terrible decisions, you don't know what you're doing, etc. But we depend a lot on all of you in order for us to make informed decisions with collective information. So it sounds to me as though we were given a certain amount of guesstimation last time that was $500,000, but today it sounds like what we thought was $500,000 is honestly more closer to hopefully just shy of $1 million. Correct?
Yes, and I would suggest this. Again, this is a briefing today. This has been a moving transaction all along. And what I would suggest is when the action actually comes before you will be Monday in the budget. And I think in terms of the $3 million that's proposed for next year's budget, I would suggest that on Monday, what you ask for is specifically what are the deliverables, how much is it going to cost, precisely what is going to be evaluated, so that you have an understanding of what this, something like $1 million, is in fact going to get. Because I do understand, initially, I think as we talked about last week, we were looking at structures. And again, when the mayor's office approached me, I hired Patty Schubert on contract, so I would have somebody focused on doing only this and not getting pulled in a million directions. As it evolved, then meters came into the question, so valuation. So there has been a lot of shifting here. So my suggestion is that we come back to you on Monday in the context of the budget and truly define what it is that this up to $1 million is going to get you and how that will put you in a place of making the decision once and for all about whether you want to proceed on looking at this.
Okay. So my last point is, can you please identify yourself for the public? I know who you are. We all know who you are in this building. But with all due respect, we're all representing and this not only for us in the room, but for the people watching. So if you could please restate your name and who you work for and what your title is.
I'm Jerry Miller. I'm the Chief Legislative Analyst, and I work for the 15 of you.
The Council.
The Council.
Of the State of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Our next speaker is Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got an idea. Why don't we let our own city controller do this audit and study of our parking meters, our parking structures? Seems to me this is the perfect example of something that the city charter mandated our new city controller do, which is to look at the efficiency and accountability and the management of certain departments and entities in the city of Los Angeles. Seems to me our new city controller could do this kind of audit and find out the same information, which, by the way, colleagues, I think we ought to know this anyway. Like, we probably should have done this study before we raised the parking meter fees on all of our neighborhoods, whether or not it impacted the businesses. So why don't we let our city controller do her job and find out what works, what doesn't work, what's more efficient, what's more accountable, and which protects our assets and brings in a maximum amount of revenue. It seems to be a great first audit for Wendy Gruhl to accomplish when she takes office July 1st. I'm going to introduce that as a motion. I think Bernard Parks is going to co-produce that with me. Makes a better sense to me.
Do you have a second on that motion,
$3.5 million that we don't have.
Got a co-introducer and then a second on that? Who's going to
Yes. Who's the second?
Whitney. Mr. Smith? Oh,
Mr.
Ms.
Smith is, I got a fourth. I got a third and a
All
fourth.
right, great. You all can sign on to it.
You know, I'm not comfortable with spending $3.5 million. When you said it, that was 61 jobs, especially if the end result could be status quo. That's not where I think we should be going right now, spending that kind of money to get back a report that tells us we should keep things the way they are. I would rather invest in upgrading these current meters so that it makes it easier for people to park, use their credit cards, use ATM cards. I mean, it's 2009. We're the second largest city in the country. We ought to have the highest tech parking meters anywhere that makes it more convenient for people to use our meters. That's what I'd like to see. I'm not comfortable. I made a mistake, frankly, Greg. You were right. I think the rest of us were wrong, even beginning to go down this path. It's a bad idea at this time in the city. Let's let our own city controller conduct this for us and give us back the results that we need to make a decision to change how we do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. So that's a motion by Ms. Hahn, co-presented by Mr. Parks, seconded by Mr. Smith and Ms. Gruhl. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
I would just, I think what because Jerry, I would like to just make sure before, and assuming a responsibility, and I said this, that there should be some discussion between the CAO and the mayor's office and the CLA as we come to, before we come to the budget on Monday, to have that discussion about the responsibilities and part of that and the funding associated with that. So I have no problem with having that consideration and discussion, but I think the action we should take based on the information so that we would have that as part of the budget on Monday.
City controller wants more money in her budget for this.
All right, so just to reiterate,
I would be in favor of it.
To reiterate for the record, the motion is made by Ms. Hahn and Mr. Parks. Is that correct? Co-presented by Ms. Hahn and Mr. Parks? Correct? And then seconded by Mr. Smith. Is that correct? And is Ms. Gruhl, are you still on as a second or no? She's not, Ms. Gruhl is not on as a second. All right, thank you. I just needed that clarification. All right, our next speaker is Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. Does that work, what Ms. Hahn says?
Well, I think...
Because it's not a management audit, but it's an analysis.
The current controller, nor the future controller, has in-house resources to do this, so they would also have to go out and hire staff. Now, I think Ms. Gruhl just suggested that we talk about this again in connection with the budget when you're talking about the $3 million that's been proposed. But the controller will also have to hire consultants. And what you're going to see on Monday is that I think the council is going to want to make as quickly as possible a decision on whether or not it wants to proceed, because there is $80 million hanging in the balance. If we do not use the $80 million for the 29-10 budget, you are going to have to find additional positions to lay off or other ways of balancing that budget.
I'm going to ask DOT a question. How much a year do we make in parking meters? I remember it was like $82,000 a day.
Currently, it's running about 3.1 to 3.3 millions a month.
How fast is it to expand the parking meter district right now? If a council member said, we're going to look, how many meters in your district, Mr. Smith? 0. How many you want in your district, Mr. Smith? You want 4? I'm just saying, how fast is it to expand the parking meter districts? It would take a process of 9 months?
Well, it depends on the number of meters. It depends on studies if we have to do, is, going out there and making the measurements to make it. So the process, again, depending on the number of meters, is, anywhere from a month to, 6 to 7 months.
Are there any structures we plan to build in the future that you know of?
I believe Vine Street Garage, Aiso Garage. So
Which
there
one
are.
was the second one?
Judge Aiso Garage here in downtown. But those are the few that's actually have been in the books for a long time.
Now, you could run my time, Anna. Okay, here's the thing I wanted to ask you. In the League of Cities, which I go to every other year, and I usually see Bach and Jerry and others there, you go into a convention hall. In the convention hall, there's a magnitude of people who do business with governments. We're a very big government, and we're able to do things, and I'm pro the people who do the work in the city. But I understand that. But also, there's groups that come up with these concepts to save the taxpayers' money and ways to do this here. Is there any group that we know of nationally as opposed to consultants? Because sometimes consultants don't have all the answers, but a national group on parking that does this here. Do anybody know them? Do we know them going out of the gate? In Pasadena, you're a Pasadena man. Are they doing this in Pasadena?
Most likely this work would have to be through a consultant. The effort that it takes to gather the utilization, the demand study, that is a lot of
Jim
work.
is an engineering firm on Wilshire Boulevard. We know they do engineering. Is there another firm that does? A.C. Martin is an architect. His dad was the architect of part of this building, or the water and power building, excuse me. Is there a firm that we know that Allied Parking Structures? Or is it just some big guys like Chicago guys like Greg was talking about? And I like Chicago. Yeah. I do think we should know that getting out of the gate. Mr. Keeley, I love you, and I love the work you try to do for the city, okay? But I think it's very complicated for us to make a decision based on some unknowns. So we have some days. And I think there's a great opportunity, Ms. Hahn, as you suggested, that our new city controller could look at some of these things in a way that we get a rapid response, in a way that we can make a better investment for the people's money. So I support the discussion, how it's led us on this update here, but I'm concerned that we don't have all this stuff going out of the gates. When you get out of the gate, or when the coach says when you line up on the field, you want to be ready to play. And I need to hear that we're ready to play. We're not going to look at this in a way that it may not make sense based on all the parking. And it's just like a parking meter on Wilshire Boulevard, my time has expired.
That's right. Thank you very much, Mr. Labange, and thank you for reminding us of that. And our next speaker is Mr. Alarcon.
I actually wonder if there's some good news here. You said the 500,000 is actually now closer to $1 million? Does that mean that the 80 million is closer to like 150 million or something?
Our report...
One more time, I'd like a response to that.
Natalie Brill, CAO. The report that went forward to council about a month ago, we requested $500,000 to start the process, and the report says that the 9-10 budget would deal with what we would need to move forward. We knew we needed some money to contract because we can't contract unless we have cash.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, does that mean that the 80 million is more like 150 to 160 million? Explain why that wouldn't be true. Or since we increased the 500 to close to $1 million, does that mean we reduced the 80 million?
No, I think that the study is an independent study. It's not based on the valuation of the project. The study covers...
No, what I'm trying to get at is, where do you get the $80 million from if you haven't done the study?
That was
Mr. Keeley, good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
I remember when you wanted to sell DWP.
I don't know if it was selling DWP, but I do have a checkered past, as you well know.
Or was it the Board of Public Works Commissioners? You said we were going to get rid of that too. Okay, thank you. Tell us about this new proposal.
Thank you, sir. It's so great to be back.
And through it all, we remain friends.
We do. I think the key thing is that the mayor's proposal for $80 million, as the CAO has explained, was based on both meter and structure. And there's no question that, to the extent your question is, can more than 80 be obtained? Substantially more than 80 can be obtained if you're willing to entertain a meter proposal. If you are uninterested in a meter proposal and we're just looking at structures, then you hear a great deal of discomfort here about whether we can get to 80 or certainly...
Discomfort meaning less profit?
Yes.
If you sell fewer assets, if there are fewer assets that are in the deal, the price goes down. So if I'm selling you one house, I should get X. If I'm selling you 20 houses, I should get 20X. So part of the question about 80...
I have 20 houses you could buy.
Excellent. Part of the question is, what is the scope of the assets that we're including? And I think what we're collectively trying to ask you for today is the time to do the proper studies and come back to you, not in a matter of... We certainly hear Mr. Parks' concern about the timing. We'll be back to you this summer with the answers.
Well, my staff points out, if you can't define the value of the study, how can you define the value of the asset? I'm very skeptical. I'll be right up front with everybody. If you know my history, you know that I'm very skeptical whenever we want some profit-making company to buy one of our services and claim that they can do a better job than we can and they can do it cheaper. When in fact, we don't know that that's the case. Now, you want to go hire a bunch of consultants who are probably unemployed from some other corporate ripoff, the thing that they tried to pull and didn't succeed at, or some banking institution who has some financial people available because they got laid off because their bank went under, and they're going to tell us how to run government, which never goes bankrupt? So, I want to say that I know I'm speaking in exaggerations, but I am not convinced that selling off good assets is a way for us to generate income. Although it may benefit in the short term, somebody's got to pay the piper down the road. And I don't want that to be my daughter. I don't want that to be your kids. I don't want that to be your grandchildren. Now, if we need to do a better job, if we need to upgrade the system, let's upgrade it. We can take the $3 million study and figure out a way to bond that, maybe, and get the $30 million to upgrade the system. Maybe, maybe not. I'm wondering, have we explored the feasibility of using MICLA? Have we explored the feasibility of using other bondable programs as opposed to just selling out to private industry to make profit off of our entities?
Well, I think one of the things I think that you're going to get back from this study is, and I think you'll have the discussion about, can we do it better ourselves. I mean, that is part of the question that's out there. What are best practices? How do we run the parking system citywide in the best way possible? And are we, the city, in the best position of doing that? Or does it make more sense to issue a concession agreement to a private entity to do that and pay us for the privilege? That really is the crux of what's going to come back to you after the analysis is done. Now, certainly we could, to some degree, use MICLA or some other financing source to do the meter replacements and technology upgrades. We could do that, but the bottom line is, are we running the system itself in the most efficient way possible?
Well, but who are these experts going to be that are going to tell us? Are they going to be experts who represent governmental parking meter programs, or are they going to be experts from private industry trying to make a profit?
Actually, KPMG is been engaged or is in the process of being engaged, and it's coming off the city list. So KPMG is a consultant to the Controller's office already, and they're responsible for doing the assessment of the baseline cost. So, for example, Councilmember, we're interested in finding out, what did the pilot project cost? DOT says it was budgeted at $5 million. That's our expectation. We believe that historical experience is a good basis to project the cost of the capital upgrades going forward. Mr. Sadati said it's $25 to $30 million to upgrade the meters. We just assume kind of turn a light on that, and based on our experience with the pilot program, really see, is it 25 or 30, or is it 60, or is it 160? Let's just get some information to make decisions before. So KPMG, your question was, who are these people, and do they really know any more than we do? KPMG is a regular consultant to the city, and then the other, Desmond Parking, which I mentioned, is one of 2 or 3 nationally ranked parking experts. Desmond did a similar sort of project in Chicago for the meter deal in Chicago, so that they certainly understand parking as well as DOT does, and have the benefit of just going through the Chicago experience, which gave them a great deal of benchmarking information that could be relevant for us.
Well, for what it's worth, I'll say this in closing. You know, the parking industry has destroyed our downtown area by blocking off reasonable development so that they could hoard in parking revenues by making cars drive around in circles downtown. And this is the industry we're supposed to trust. I'm sorry, but I'm skeptical.
Mr. Zine.
Hey. Thank you. The question I have is Hollywood and Highland. The parking structure, is it still being paid for by the parking fund?
Yes.
So they're taking money out of my district and other districts to pay off the debt at Hollywood and Highland?
In essence, yeah. It's the debt service on Highland is a drag on the citywide fund, yes.
Is it direct result?
A drag on the citywide fund.
Okay. And discussing this project on a consultant and talking about Summer coming back with the numbers, I thought this $80 million was part of this budget that needs to be done by July 1st. And if we're going to get a study back this summer, how does that $80 million fit in?
Well, that's certainly one of the issues that's going to be dealt with tomorrow in committee and before you on Wednesday. The mayor did propose.
But the suggestion is we go to consultant and we get some information back in the summer. Meanwhile, we've got to have a budget in place July 1st, and $80 million is part of that budget.
That's right.
So there's a big gap.
That's right.
Of $80 million. The other question I have, we have, I think, somewhere like 50,000 city employees. Why is it we always have to get consultants to do these studies? Why can't we get city staff to do these studies instead of contracting with consultants? It really troubles me that whatever department, we have to go out to private sector consultants, and they give us information, and oftentimes it doesn't make sense, yet we're paying millions and millions of dollars time after time for consultants. Why can't we do this in-house? Not with the Controller's office, but in-house with the Department of Transportation, in-house with some of the other entities that we have. 50,000 employees, Mr. Jerry Miller.
It's actually about 40, including all the proprietaries, but...
Okay, 40. That should be more than sufficient to go do the count.
The reality is, Mr. Zine, on parking studies and parking analyses and, setting up parking areas under the fund, DOT frequently uses consultants to do those studies.
Why don't they use in-house? Why can't they use in-house people?
Because the in-house people are busy actually doing the transportation work and the collections and the citations and the transportation design and the street work and all of that. They don't have the resources to have people on staff that have the most up-to-date knowledge in these areas to be able to provide this kind of information. This is specialized.
At over $3 million. And the new meters that have been put in, as Mr. Reyes already cited, people are putting quarters in, and they're getting filled past capacity. So whoever came up with that wonderful idea, that hasn't worked either, and I'm sure that was done with consultant study. So it doesn't make sense. We have illogical approach to common sense situations that need to be corrected. There's a number of meters that are downtown, brand new meters. They have the European style, where a whole block you go to a couple of different locations and put the money in. They're not working because they're filled past capacity. Those are brand new meters.
And so that really is the responsibility of the Department of Transportation already, and that is not a consultant. That is DOT staff deciding which routes get collected on a particular day and what is the frequency of meter collection in each parking meter zone. So I think that's a question. Now, I've certainly heard the same thing, that meters are going down because their cans are full, and frankly, our revenue projections for the current fiscal year started at $44 million, and we're coming in at $33 million, so we're $10 million on the table as a result of who knows what. Some people say it's the economy. I believe it's those full meters, which I will track back to the department management.
Right.
And I think that's the conversation we need to have.
You're right. Mr. DOT from Pasadena.
No, from Los Angeles.
By way of Pasadena.
Again, for the record, Amir Sadati, Assistant General Manager, LA Department of Transportation. Mr. Miller was correct in that a lot of times councilmember resources are limited because the department is working on other priorities, and right now we had to implement the meter rate change and set the hours, and there's day-to-day maintenance of meters, and we're about 22% understaffed in our parking meter tech. So these types of studies do take resources and time and effort. So internally we do have the knowledge, we just don't have the resources to go out and
How many people do you have in DOT? How many employees?
We roughly have about 2,300 full-time.
Out of 2,300 people, the priorities aren't established appropriately. If you got 2,300 people and you can't get the job done. I'm done. Thank you.
Ms. Perry. Mr. Labange's chair.
Mike on over here.
Mr. Labange's chair.
I'm at Mr. Labange's desk. So I was interested in calling the question, but I need clarification as to what we would actually be voting on.
And there are some, so we can still call that as a call for the questions to know exactly where we are. From the city attorney, just talking to the city attorney's office and the city clerk, there's some vagueness as to whether or not we can actually vote on an item today, since it was put down as a report. There was no action required on this. So I think the city attorney has advised us that we could do a Rule 16 motion as introduced by Mr. Parks and Ms. Hahn for another day, or have this as part of the budget discussion, which had been suggested on Monday, which could be part of the situation.
If the city attorney can give me an opinion, can I call to the question on the motion that was co-presented by Ms. Hahn and Mr. Parks and seconded by Mr. Smith? Is that something that we can vote on today?
Mr. City Attorney.
Regarding calling the question, or
I'm asking if I can call to the question on the motion that was co-presented by Ms. Hahn and Mr. Parks and seconded by Mr. Smith. Can we vote on that today?
If you call the question right now and council adopted that or passed that, debate would be over on the whole thing, and then you'd have to vote on the motions last in order. My suggestion would be that the amending motion that was presented, even though it's within the subject matter description pursuant to the Brown Act, it would be better practice if it was fashioned as a Rule 16 and placed on a subsequent agenda.
Would that have to be initiated by the makers of the motion?
Well, that's one way to do it, or the council could...
We're not going to be here.
Okay. And we're going to give a little bit of flexibility here because we're trying to understand this. So I don't know if you have another question, Ms. Perry. Call the question is on the board. Again, we don't have a question before us other than it's the report back. But the suggestion that had been made by the CLA had be for us to talk about this as part of our agenda as we discuss the budget next week, where in fact you could make that motion that Mr. Parks and Ms. Hahn made earlier could be made as part of the budgetary discussions coming up next week.
Just as a point of order, I was going to suggest from a Robert's Rules point of view, if we could just pass this today with a referral back to the Budget Committee with the recommendations of Ms. Hahn's motion, then the Budget and Finance Committee can take it up.
All right, so...
Okay. If Mr. City Attorney says that, okay, that will be, I sense consensus amongst the group.
Okay. Yeah, that's an excellent idea. Okay. So the question's called?
Question's called. So I don't know if we need to vote on the question because it seems like everyone is fine with us calling the question. Is that correct, Mr. Parks, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Smith, who are on the queue? Okay. So as Mr. Smith described it, Mr. City Attorney, which is we are just passing. There's no report. Again, it's just a report. So
you would be
refer it back to committee.
You would be noting and filing the presentation, but I believe the motion is to request the new controller to conduct an audit of the city parking assets and to refer that motion to Budget and Finance.
Okay. And do we need to take a vote on that, or can we just refer it to committee?
The council should take a vote.
Okay. So we have called the question. We are now voting as described just now. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Okay. Be referred to Budget and Finance Committee. Yes. You can put it on whatever schedule you would like based on Brown Act requirements. So it could be tomorrow, it could be next week, whatever is allowable.
We should put it for Monday then.
For Monday,
the budget
okay.
review.
It'll be for Monday. We have one more item, a special one by Ms. Hahn. Would the City Attorney like to discuss the findings before us?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll recite the facts as presented to me by the maker of the motion for the Council's consideration of the adequacy of the findings. Although Charter Section 245 motions normally are made via Rule 16 motions, since the posting of today's agenda, outside groups have notified city staff that they intend to appeal the EIR accompanying the April 29th Board of Harbor Commissioners action approving Master Plan Amendment Number 24. Immediate action is required because today is the last day within which Council could assert jurisdiction over approval of the general plan amendment, the master plan amendment. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
First, we just vote on the findings, Mr. Reyes. 1 minute. We'll vote on the findings that are before us. Madam Clerk, open the roll on the findings, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Okay, before we go to this item, Ms. Hahn, did you have a quick announcement? Mr. Reyes?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just a quick announcement. Plumbers will start at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's already 2:25, so we can start 20 minutes after council to give the councilors a ability to get ready for plum. So 20 minutes after council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Now we have the item before us. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I'll be brief. I'd like for us to assert jurisdiction today of a Harbor Commission action, which, in a nutshell, approved the master plan of the Port of Los Angeles, along with the new EIR for dredging the main channel. But as a part of that, they are going to take the dirt from the channel and dump it at the Southwest Marine Terminal, which is a historical, long-term shipbuilding and repair terminal at the Port of Los Angeles. I think it's short-sighted. I believe in dredging the channel, but I think we ought to find another way to dump this dirt and not shut off the opportunity to create more good-paying jobs with shipbuilding and repair at the Port of Los Angeles. I think we might should diversify our portfolio out there at the harbor because, as you've seen, our decline in revenues has been specifically tied to cargo. So why don't we think about diversifying what we do out there with the opportunity to maybe look at shipbuilding and repair. I'm not saying we're going to do it, but we have to amend the master plan to leave that open as an opportunity. So I'd like to send this back to Commerce, Trade, and Tourism, look at it a little bit, and not make this decision so quickly when it prohibits any future diversification of industry out there. So I would like your support on that.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, Ms. Hahn, you and I are talking about that beautiful historic piece of land that also location managers have been using for film sites. And if we want to keep filming in L.A., we should obviously support location managers that have used that dramatically over the years to bring films and movies to L.A. as a multiplier effect. I second your motion. I agree with your riveting eyes on this issue and bringing it to us for our consideration.
We have the support of the Chambers of Commerce. We have the support of LAEDC, which has looked at this and again feels like there's great opportunities. Thank you for bringing that up about filming. I didn't bring that up, but it's been a prime spot for location managers to do filming. So let's just take another look at it before we wipe off the face of the earth any other potential at this facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Last member on the queue, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, Special 1, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Next item. Mr.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
They're posted and referred.
Desk is clear.
Thank you. Do we have announcements or adjourning motions?
Ms. Rule, as you know well, as our Chair of Transportation, it's Bike to Work Day.
It is Bike to Work.
I want to thank Mr. Weezar and Mr. Reyes for the leadership yesterday at Alvera Street, where we all met at the MTA, and the great job that they've done. It is Bike to Work Day, and we should encourage more people to ride. I had an opportunity to ride today from the Good Samaritan Hospital, where they had a program all the way out to Park La Brea to a community meeting, and then back Wilshire Boulevard. And it was a good experience to do that. But be safe out there, because there's a challenge all the time. I want to thank the L.A. County Bike Coalition, and especially the MTA and LADOT and Michelle Mowry. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Hahn.
We do that last item forthwith to our Honorable Mayor.
Forthwith. Thank you. Mr. Parks.
I'd just like to announce that Budget and Finance will be a half hour after this meeting, and we're also taking testimony from both the Valley and the Harbor.
Great. Thank you. Any other announcements, colleagues? Any adjourning motions? If not, Mr. Clerk and Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks,